This meeting of the Essex County Board of Chosen Freeholders is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Freeholder Cooper, absent. Freeholder Graham. Here. Freeholder Johnson, absent. Freeholder Luciano, absent. Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Amara.
Here.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Here.
Freeholder Siebel. Here. Freeholder President Gill.
Here. Can you please stand for the salute to the flag? I'm going to ask that Freeholder Ramirez please really please the salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. I'm going to ask that we keep the City of Jersey City, the law enforcement officers who lost his life, and all who lost their life in this tragedy in our thoughts and prayers. So we ask for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have before me certification from the clerk that this meeting is in compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Madam Clerk, are there any transcripts to be approved?
Mr. President, there are two. Conference Board meeting, October the 29th, 2019, and November the 6th, 2019.
October 23rd or 29th?
October 23rd, 2019.
Okay. Oh, 2019. Thank you. Freeholders, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, Freeholders, do I have a motion and a second to approve the transcripts?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Richardson, second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper, absent. Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano, absent. Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Kamara.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay. Recognizing Freeholder Johnson for the record. Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any topics of discussion?
Mr. President, there are none.
Okay. I just wanted to make a couple of housekeeping announcements for tonight's meeting, and just so we're clear for those who might be here for the first time and for those who have come to meetings in the past. We have an incredible amount of business before us tonight. As you can see, this pile represents the amount of regular county, what I would call regular county business that we are here to do, that we need to get through. We have a number of people who are here who have volunteered to serve on different county boards and commissions, who are also with us tonight. And I know we have quite a few people who are here to speak on a variety of issues, but in particular on what I hope will be final passage of the ordinance creating our independent task force. So this evening, we will be taking resolutions 1 through 6 first, which are our advisory boards, so we can, for those people who have come just for that, so that we can deal with that first. We will be taking the ordinances second, and during the course of that, there will be public comment on the ordinance on the task force. So for those who are here to speak on the task force, that is your opportunity to speak during that public comment period. So I urge everyone and ask the staff to do their best to figure out who's here to speak on that ordinance, and that they speak during that public hearing process. We will then take public hearing on agenda items only. We will take public hearing on agenda items only. We will then move through our regular agenda, and then we will be taking public comment on anything else when we are done with our agenda items. So that's what we will be doing. That's what we'll be doing tonight. So, Madam Clerk, moving to resolutions number 1 through 6. Mr. Jackson.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. We have difficult to identify all of the members who are here to be appointed this evening, but I know that for resolutions 2, 7, 8, and 9, those individuals are here. So I'm going to ask, and if, by the way, if anyone from number 1, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6 are here, I would appreciate if you would identify yourself with Mr. Verticola, and he will bring you up. So we're going to start, if you don't mind, Mr. President, with number 2, Michael Stewart.
Point of order? Point of order
So
from
we're
the
in,
public?
we're in agenda right now. Thank you.
Point of order, clarification.
We're working through the agenda right now.
It pertains to the agenda, point of order. People want to know in the hallway how they get on to speak to the public.
So staff are in the back. Please raise your hand if you want to be, please raise your hand, Chala. Thank you.
Outside,
So
outside.
nothing else has changed. So Lionel and Chala, can you guys both raise your hand? Nothing has changed. What I'm trying to do is to ensure that everyone who came to speak on the ordinance knows when the appropriate time is to speak. So that's what we're doing is to actually make it easier for those who are here to speak specifically on that ordinance to know when the public comment period is on that ordinance. So both Chalo and Lionel are available to make sure that you're on that list. If you're here for anything else, you will still have the opportunity, we will still have public comment, but that public comment period will be at the end at the conclusion of our agenda items this evening. Okay, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Stewart.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening.
Mr. Vice President, and members of the Freeholders. I think it's on now. Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, and Freeholders. My name is Michael Stewart. I'm here to be appointed to the board of the LGBT group. It's the first time serving on any such board. I've been practicing law in Essex County for the last 30-plus years, and indeed started my career in the courthouse serving as law clerk to Judge Newman. And I'm honored to be considered to serve on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Outside of reappointments, do we have anyone else, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Yep.
Also, Mr. Altahalpa is here from, who's number 1, resolution number 1.
Thank you. Recognizing Freeholder Luciano for the record. Madam Clerk, could we get someone from the staff to please help with the microphone?
Just give me instruction, when you come to the mic, you have a little handle here, you can swing it up and down so you'll level in the mouth.
Can you move them? There. Please speak into the mic.
I don't think the microphone's on.
Brian.
Microphone's not on.
Somebody turn
That sounds like it's on.
Good evening to the freeholders and to the audience here. I stand before you all to be appointed into the LGBTQ board of the county.
Thank you. Can you just share a little bit about?
My name is Brian Atahualpa, and in my heart, since I've been raised here in Newark, it is to serve all the communities, and then specifically, the LGBTQ community, which is a community very marginalized. However, me working in the county in citizen services, I've seen how serious we take all of the problems, being that I could have been, from what I've seen, that we take all the communities and diversity very seriously here. And I've seen it firsthand, and how the problems are handled accordingly. So since I believe in the mission of my county and my workplace and setting, That's why I feel that I should be on that board to really work on behalf of our county executive and the rest of the staff and the freeholders, and be that voice and eyes in other places.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Jackson?
Also here is Ann Richardson, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Avi Richardson, and I was appointed to the Essex County LGBTQ Board. And I'm honored to be on this board. It's the first time I've ever been here. So, quite interesting. I've been an ally and an advocate my whole life, and I also work at University Hospital. And in the time that I've been working there, we just formed our LGBTQ board. So I'm so proud to be a part of that board at University Hospital, and I'm also extremely proud to be a part of the Essex County LGBTQ board. So thank you for considering me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the willingness to serve.
Mr. President, in order, we'll have Louise Layton, Linda Williams, and Gloria Chison to come up.
Thank you.
So I apologize if I mispronounced names.
Squeeze underneath the handle and
Mr. Jackson, can we just ask your stat that some of the folks who've spoken should not leave until we take the vote, just in case there's questions from the board?
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman. I'm Louise Layton, and I'm so honored to be here. I'm very delighted to be nominated to be on the board of the Commission on Aging. Anyone knows my history. I love aging, the field of aging. I've worked in it for many years, and I also teach an aging course. And I'm very concerned with our homeless seniors and also elder abuse in our communities. And I think that I have a lot to offer, and I feel so honored that the county exec nominated me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Linda Williams, and I'm here to represent and be on the board for the Seniors Policy Council. And it's an honor to be awarded the opportunity to work with the seniors, which I have been volunteering since about 5 years. And thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Chison. I am the proud manager of the Irvington Senior Citizens Community Center, and I believe that it is my passion. I believe that I would be an excellent fit to be a part of the advisory board, because that's my passion, working with seniors, which I do. I've been doing it for 5 years, and I thank you to be nominated to the advisory board.
Thank you.
Also, Mr. President, Jody Argentino is here as well,
Thank you.
which is number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jody Argentino. I am an attorney with the law offices of Argentino Fiore Law and Advocacy. I have been an attorney for 18 years, and our main office is in Montclair. Montclair is also my home. LGBTQ and gender nonconforming and non-binary work is very close to my heart. It is the soul of our practice, and as we represent, our representation is focused on LGBTQ and non-binary individuals, as well as other marginalized communities. It is also very close to my heart because it is part of my home, my own life, and my children's lives. And because of that, I am very involved locally with the State Bar and nationally on these levels. And I'm past president of the LGBT rights section of the New Jersey State Bar Association, and I look forward to bringing any of that experience with me to Essex County so that we can make together work toward inclusivity in this county. So I am here with the nomination to be on the LGBTQ advisory board, and I would appreciate your confirmation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. President, I just want to make sure that Konstantinos Dafis or Shannon Cuddle are here or not. Oh, there's Shannon. There's Shannon.
Hi, I'm Shannon Cuddle from Maplewood, South Orange.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I'm sorry, I was stuck outside,
It's okay,
so I
no
wasn't
problem.
sure what was happening.
Neither am I.
Thank you for having me. I'm Shannon Cuddle from Maplewood, South Orange. I have been LGBT advocate and leader here in the state of New Jersey and across the country for about 20 years. Here in the state of New Jersey, I've been working on safe schools, anti-bullying issues, working on LGBT issues with youth and families. I've also had the pleasure and honor to serve on the Maplewood South Orange Board of Education, as well as being a Maplewood Democratic District leader. In addition to that, within the work that I do with youth and families, supporting the LGBT community, formally also supporting the work that Garden State Equality does, and also working with school districts and school boards across the state, informing inclusive, safer schools and best practices with the New Jersey Safe Schools Coalition. So with myself being here with you tonight, thank you for having me be with you tonight. And I look forward to being able to bring my experiences and support to benefit all of the constituents, families, and students of Essex County.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Jackson.
I think we'll have to hold off on the Mr. Dafis until our next meeting.
Okay. Just want to make sure Councilman Dafis is not, Township Committeeman Dafis is not with. I just want to make sure Township Committee Dafis is not with us before we move on. I think he might be in the
hallway. Okay.
in the hallway. Just want to make sure. Okay, while we're waiting, Mr. Jackson, we have resolutions number 1 through 14, which are all advice and consent nominations. First for the for our Essex County Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Questioning Advisory Board. So we've heard tonight from the members, our new members who are going to be appointed. I don't think we have any reappointments on that.
That is correct, Mr. President.
On that board. And we have also heard from our new members and reappointments to the Essex County Commission on Aging. I'm going to ask our council, can we take the Board of Trust, can we take our Essex County College Board of Trustee all together? Right, so they're not here. This,
Except for seven.
No, because they're
We never have the appointments called.
okay, so is there anyone, let me ask the question this way, because trying to understand what was just said. Is there anyone from the Essex County College Board of Trustees that we need to hear from tonight? Are they all they're all reappointments?
Yes, Mr.
They're
President.
reappointments. Okay. So for the board members, we are doing resolutions 1 through 14. And before we do
Mr.
that,
President, Dean is
our
here.
township committee member is here, so we're going to ask him to, perfect time. Come on up.
Thank you, and I'm
Thanks.
very sorry for the delay in getting
No
here, and
problem.
it's quite difficult getting upstairs here. Good evening. Thank you
you.
for having me, esteemed members of the Freeholders of Essex County, President Gill,
you.
esteemed electeds, and members of the public. Pleasure to be here. Dean Dafis, Maplewood Township Committeeman, incoming Deputy Mayor, by the way, on January 1st.
Congratulations.
I'll take all the juice I can get and put it into my advocacy. How about that?
Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to serve, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
So freeholders, we have resolutions 1 through 14, which consists of our Essex County Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual, Transgender, and Questioning Advisory Board, which consists of our Essex County Commission on Aging Advisory Board, and also consists of our reappointments to the Essex County College Board of Trustees. So thank you for the new members who were willing to serve, for those who took the time to be here tonight, and for volunteering your time to serve on these committees. These committees are critical to the function of government here in Essex County, and we're only as strong as people who are willing to volunteer and make the time. So I know I can speak on behalf of many of us to say thank you, a sincere thank you to your willingness to do that. Freeholders, any additional questions or comments? Freeholder Siebel.
Thank you very much. First of all, I read through all the resumes of all the people who have come before us to be approved tonight, and the resumes are really quite extensive. And I think we're very lucky here in Essex County that we have so many wonderful people who are willing to give their time to devote to making Essex County even better. And in terms of the LGBTQ committee, I'm the freeholder liaison to that committee, so I'm delighted that we have 6 nominations tonight, and some of them I already know, and I'm pleased that I'm going to be meeting with them. And there are still, I think, 3 vacancies on the committee, and I would very much like to see those vacancies taken care of also, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We are quite honored and very grateful for the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Freeholder Johnson.
Thank you. Through you, President, I'd like to take it and first congratulate all of the candidates, because it's not easy when you're doing something of this nature for free, you know, and for you to take the time out of your busy schedules to do this. I very much applaud you, and especially one person that I happen to have seen her work for over 15, 20 years, and that's Ms. Louise Layton. It's about time that you have came on to this board, because the board needs you. So thank you for volunteering.
I agree.
And being a part of us here at Essex County.
I'll move it.
Okay. We have a motion. Any additional comments or questions before we move it? Okay, no. Moved by Freeholder Siebel, second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper, absent. Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
Apologize for the difficulty getting in tonight. Thank you. We're going to move, Madam Clerk, to ordinance and resolutions on introduction and first reading. Madam Clerk, let's go back to ordinances. Do we have any ordinance for introduction and first reading?
Mr. President, we do. We have ordinance number 1, ordinance establishing the year 2020 fee schedule of the Essex County Parks and Recreation Facilities.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, please explain the ordinance.
Mr. President, Director Salvante is here to explain,
Thank you.
and his team, I should add.
Thank you, President Gill, entire Freeholder Board. The Essex County Department of Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs has recommended fee changes for 2020. These recommended changes for 2020 are for Cody Arena, Environmental Center, Golf, Turtleback Zoo, and our Permit Division. This evening, I also have representatives from Cody Arena, Golf, and Turtleback Zoo. Based on our recommendations on these fee increases, we should be able to generate approximately $1.2 million of revenue to the County of Essex.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Parlavecchio?
I don't have any questions.
Mr. McInerney?
No questions.
Freeholders, additional questions or comments? Do I have a motion? Moved by Freeholder
Second.
Siebel, second by Freeholder Pomares. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper, absent. Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson. Yes. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any ordinances or resolutions? Moving on to second reading and public hearing, do we have any ordinances or resolutions for listing purposes only?
Mr. President, we have none.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any ordinance or resolutions on second reading and public hearing tonight?
Yes, Mr. President, we have three. Mr. President, would you like me to read into the record ordinance number 2 first? 0219-0018.
Please.
Ordinance O 2019-0018, ordinance amending the Essex County District Solid Waste Management Plan.
Okay. I hereby declare the public hearing on ordinance O 2019-00018 open. If there's any member of the public who would like to comment for or against this ordinance, please come to the microphone and state your name and affiliation for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. I'm the Cat Lady of New Jersey, and I would like to emphasize that.
Madam, we're on public comment on an ordinance.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
No
Excuse me.
problem. No problem. Okay. Seeing no members of the public, Mr. McInerney.
No questions.
Oh. We do have a member.
You will be first. State your name.
Hi, everybody. My name is Naquella Wright Prevo. I am a Newark resident of the South Ward, along with being the vice president of a nonprofit organization called Eyes Like Mine. And on behalf of Eyes Like Mine, we support the Lamp Corps application. Lamp Corps is a...
I'm sorry, so just, is this part of the solid waste? Oh, the group going in, thank you. I'm sorry, we're correct. You still have your time, thank you. My apologies.
Lamp Corps is a company that not only supports the community, it enriches it as well. I know this firsthand because they donated a substantial monetary donation that helped us give our Miss Blind Diva 2019 a piece of technology that helped enrich her life. And not only that, the CEO of the company himself came out personally to support this event. So I know by supporting this application, it would not only enrich our community, it will enrich lives because of the compassion and integrity of the CEO himself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you, no problem.
Good evening. Allison Ladd, Acting Deputy Mayor for Economic and Housing Development for the City of Newark, Mayor Ross Baraka. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of the Baraka administration. I'm here to speak on ordinance number 0-2019-018, ordinance amending the Essex County District Solid Waste Management Plan.
Yep.
Again, it's my pleasure to be before you. Thank you for allowing me some time to speak. We at the city are excited about the expansion for Lemcor on its Freeland-Heisen Avenue site. We very much support the application before you and your consideration. We hope you'll look on favorably. We were able to participate on September 24th, 2019, and present at the Essex County Utilities Authority in support of this application. Something that we are proud for related to this application is that the increase in jobs that will be brought to our South Ward and to our city and also to Essex County. So really on behalf of the city, we greatly support this application and we hope that you find it favorably tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Pamela McElvin. I'm with the Palm Tree Block Association, and I'm advocating for Bellsburg Park. I want to say thank you because we did get
I'm sorry, we're on, this was a public hearing on ordinance.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
Sorry.
so no problem.
Sorry.
2019-00018, the solid waste plan.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm back. Hi, my name is Al McIntyre. I've been a member of the Central Ward District Leaders Association for many years. I was a resident of Newark, New Jersey for many years, for over 30 plus years. I endorsed the expansion for Limcor. I'm also an employee there. I've been an employee there since 1996. After bad choices as a youth, they gave me a chance to show what I could do, and the rest, as they say, is history. I handle millions of dollars a year. I have made a life and raised my children with the help of Limcor, and I can only offer more job opportunity for people in the neighborhoods and in the state, for all that matters, with that expansion. I stand behind it. I know we can do great things, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stacy Gregg. I'm here to speak about the ordinance. I'd like more information on it regarding exactly where the location is of this expansion. I am here, my concerns, I've been here many, many times regarding the stench over at the Essex County correctional facility where you have an ICE contract, and I'd like to know that this change to the Essex County solid waste management, because it does not smell solid at all when you're driving or walking during a protest like I have been in the past, and we were gagging. The stench was disgusting. I spoke about it before, and I would like to hear testimony that this expansion under solid waste will do something regarding the stench in the city of Newark, especially where you have housed and imprisoned political prisoners, up to close to 1,000 prisoners at $2 million a month. What are you doing about the stench? Is this ordinance going to be addressing the stench in Essex County? Because it stinks really, really bad. And that stench is all over the citizens of Essex. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, I'm Elmer Herman, Executive Director of the Essex County Utilities Authority. We're the regulating agency for the collection of solid waste and disposal of solid waste in the county. This facility is at 170 Frelinghuysen Avenue. It's in an industrial area. It's down at the railroad yards, just short of the airport. There is an increased demand for solid waste disposal in this industrial area. It does have the support of Mayor Baraka. It does have the support of the City Council by way of resolution. It does have the support of the incumbent South Ward Councilman John Sharp James, who assisted the Utilities Authority in having 2 public meetings held in the area where this facility is in view of the new directives by the DEP pursuant to environmental justice and community notification. It was passed by the SWAC, Solid Waste Advisory Council. It was passed by our authority. It is an increase that is modest in nature. And you may recall when I appeared here several weeks ago, I indicated to the board that there was a very important, I'll use the word trade-off, that a facility that was much closer to where people resided on Foundry Street, pursuant to arrangements with the Utilities Authority and the DEP, had surrendered their permit. We've removed them from the Essex County District Solid Waste Plan. That was a facility that had a capacity of 14,000 tons of solid waste per week. This is a good application, and it has the support of the people that are representative of the area. It will help, as Councilman John Sharp James indicated, he was looking in this industrial area for increased development, and I think this will spur that. So the Essex County Utilities Authority, as the regulatory agency, urges that this ordinance be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McInerney.
No questions.
Mr. Parlavecchio.
Mr. President, I think you've heard the testimony tonight. Mr. Herman also spoke to this at some greater length during the introduction and has explained how this was, as he just reiterated, was moved from a more residential area to an industrial area.
Jacob Fugger, I just wanted to know how close is this this solid waste disposal area to the Essex County Detention Facility? By North Airport. Okay, thank you.
Freeholders, sorry, we have another member of the public.
Good evening. My name is Nadine Wright Arbelbach, and I am the president and founder of a nonprofit for children affected by autism in and around urban inner cities, and I'm here in support of LimCorp Incorporated. They have been huge supporters of our organization over the last 6 years as we continue to help service the underserved inner city by providing much-needed resources, programs, services, workshops, and I am here in support of what he is doing to enhance the community and to also give back to the community.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Parlavecchio, additional questions or comments? Freeholders, questions or comments? Vice President Richardson.
Yeah, as a resident of South Ward of Newark, I'm wholeheartedly in support of this project and this expansion. I actually live in the South Ward, so I definitely want to move this.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Richardson. Yep. Freeholders, do I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on ordinance?
Move it.
I need to, I need to read this for the record, Freeholders. Thank you. First of all, recognizing Freeholder Cooper, and glad to see everyone's on the up and up tonight. Freeholders, do I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on ordinance O-2019-00018, moved by Vice President Richardson, second by Freeholder Johnson. Do I have the same mover and second to approve the ordinance?
Yes.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving to ordinance 2019-00019, which is the Riverbank Park ordinance. I hereby declare that the public hearing on ordinance O-2019-00019 is open. If there's any member of the public who would like to comment for or against this ordinance, please come to the microphone and state your name and affiliation for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Stacy Gregg. What I'd like to know about this ordinance and the $1.1 million by the County of Essex for the construction of the Riverbank Park building. I would like to know specifically, this is too high, that's why I'm yelling into it. I was on tippy
Grab
toes.
the handle right under the mic, you can adjust it. Squeeze it.
Oh, that's better. Now I'm not yelling at you. I would like to know exactly, turn me off. I'd like to know exactly where that $1.1 million is coming. Is that the blood money that you take from the Essex Correctional ICE contract of up to 1,000 people being detained as political prisoners? Where exactly is that audit trail of the $1.1 million that you are voting on tonight as the politicians from Essex County, which you seem to freely spend a lot of money? We need to know where that money is coming. Is that the blood money coming off the backs of black and brown people that are being detained? Less than 5% or 5% at the max identify as white and Caucasian. This is part of the Trump agenda to jail black and brown people in the United States of America, and Essex County is making money at the tune of over $2 million a month, is my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong on any of those facts, but I would like to know if the money for this building is coming from the blood money of those people who are separated from their families tonight. We've been asking for over a year, years and years. We've had rallies after rallies, and we've been calling for the end of the ICE contract. We don't want this money being spent on white children and other children who think they live in a country that does not target black and brown people. We need to end these contracts and not use this money for things that aren't needed. What we do need is to free and liberate these people. I would like an audit trail to know that not one penny of that blood money is being used for this particular ordinance. No more spending in Essex until the people are liberated and free. So can you verify that there is not one penny of this money going for this park or zoo or anything else? But let's stay to this ordinance. What is this building going to do? Is it going to help any of those prisoners that are let free? You were tried and masquerade as if you're for immigrants. You voted on being for driving license for all, but you have no jurisdiction. You're not state representatives. So that doesn't mean anything other than just words and masquerading as being for immigrants. Are you spending the blood money from people separated from their families across New Jersey and specifically in Essex County to do this building or this ordinance? Because if you do, and you can't verify it, you have no right spending that money. $1.1 million. Enough is enough. Never again.
My name is Jay Arena. I live here in Newark, New Jersey, and as a Newark resident, I would like to see more parks, more money spent on parks. But like my comrade Stacy Gregg, I don't want one penny coming from your blood money contract with ICE. So what's the money flow? The money flow, as Deportation Joe touts, all the money that this blood money contract brings in, it's over $40 million. We need to end this contract, and we need to expand our parks. We need to expand our public schools, our public hospitals, our public housing. But we need to do that by taxing the rich, not by generating money from blood money contracts. And we have people like Ileana Pintor-Marine, one of the county assistant, who, as an assembly person, opposed the minimal millionaires tax that Mr. Gill's client, the Governor Murphy, we want to go much further, but she opposed the minimal millionaires tax to generate funds like for public schools. But she has no problem, like the rest of the freeholders, in generating money, blood money, from this ICE contract. So before any other funding proposal is passed, you first need to end this blood money contract. We don't want any services run on trafficking in human beings. So let's end that, and let's talk about a serious plan to make the rich pay. We got some of the wealthiest people in the country right here in this county. We need a wealth tax on their stocks and bonds. As a working class person, our houses are taxed for their wealth. Well, we know for the billionaire class, that's their stocks and bonds. Let's put a tax on that wealth to fund the vital services that we need here in Newark and in Essex County.
Good evening, freeholders. My name is Alejandro Jaramillo, and I am from the Cosecha Newark Circle. Most of you know me. I have been here many times. And it is unfortunate that here we are on a second Christmas, right, asking for this contract to end. We have been here for more than...
This is the public, I'm sorry, sir. This is the public hearing on the ordinance, on the Riverbank Pike ordinance.
Okay.
So thank you.
So for this ordinance about the park, right? That's what.
This is the public hearing on that ordinance,
On
yes.
that ordinance, right?
Yes.
All right.
Public comment session on that ordinance.
So then the money that you collect from the ice jail, right? You are using for the parks and recreation, and that's not acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. McInerney? I'm sorry. Mr. Parlavecchio? Freeholders, do we have any questions or comments? We are on ordinance 2019-00019.
I'll move, Mr. President.
Okay, for,
Close public comment on the issue and to move
thank you.
I second.
Okay, so Freeholders, do I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on ordinance 2019-00019? Freeholder Palmaris, second. Freeholder Cooper. Do I have the same mover and second? Yes. Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper. Yes. Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Palmares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now going to move to resolution ordinance 2019-00017. We will read it into the record at a later time. This is our public hearing on the civilian task force, for those who are here tonight on that issue and to speak on that issue. So the public hearing is being continued from our 11/6/19 meeting and also our 11/13/2019 meeting. In the ordinance, section 3.A.1 shall be amended as follows. One shall be a corrections expert who shall be a current, former, or retired state or county corrections officer in the state of New Jersey and an active member of the NJ State PBA and/or the FOP.
Mr.
So
President?
yes.
Mr. President, if I may, and I apologize, but I'm not sure for the previous item, I just think it's important for the record to note that the Riverbank building that was discussed before was an existing building that was used by residents of Essex County.
Yep.
It burned down. And this is an ordinance to simply rebuild an existing building. I think half the proceeds will be coming from insurance money, the rest that's coming from capital. So this is rebuilding an existing building that burnt down.
Yep. In the city of Newark.
In the city of Newark.
So, and the funds used to replace that building, I think we can safely say, have nothing to do with the contract.
I think that's fair to say.
It's fair to say that with the ICE contract, there's no connection between the ICE contract and the money spent to replace a building that many, many people are in need of. So, thank you. So, we're now in the public hearing on ordinance 2019-00017 is open. This is the public hearing on the task force. If there's any member of the public who would like to comment for or against this ordinance, please come to the microphone and state your name and affiliation for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, freeholders. My name is. Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Mary Rizzo. I'm a resident of Newark, New Jersey. I have been before you many, many times. So you know that I belong to a group of people whose ultimate goal is the end of the ICE contract completely. It is a blood money contract that is immoral. I am also in favor of a real civilian review board, one that is independent and one that has actual power and independence from the administration. I do not believe that the current proposed ordinance has that independence and power, so I think that this ordinance should not be passed tonight. I was very disturbed earlier this week when I got an email from a person I don't know who had read an op-ed that I co-wrote with Kathy O'Leary in the Star Ledger a few months ago. And he reached out to me because a friend of his is detained at Essex County Correctional Facility for the last 6 months. And he says this man is detained inappropriately, that he was picked up inappropriately. And he was concerned because his friend has lost 50 pounds in 6 months at Essex County because the food is inedible. Now, I want to just point out that this is right now. Supposedly, we've been told that after the DHS report, which was almost a year ago, that the food issues have been fixed. Clearly, that is not the case. So how can we trust this administration to oversee itself when it is lying to us about the quality of the food it is serving people and in implicitly starving people? Secondly, this man told me that when he went to visit his friend at the facility, that his friend mentioned that it is common practice in the facility for detainees to be sedated, to be given sedatives to control them, to calm them down. And this seems to me a clear violation of their human rights. And we should not trust the administration that is sedating detainees at the Essex County Correctional Facility to oversee themselves. So we need an independent civilian review board with real oversight power. I do not believe that the current ordinance has been amended in a way that gives it that power, and I urge you to not pass this bill tonight and instead to hold out for a real independent oversight body on the way to ending the ICE contract completely. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Freeholders. My name is Whitney Strube. I live in Newark. I'm the current co-chair of the North Jersey Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm also here to speak against the civilian task force in its current form. It is not the independent review board that the ACLU asked for, that we are asking for, that AFSC asks for. It is a weaker, watered-down body that we see through. And I'd like to put it in the context of the lack of trust that you've cultivated through the corruption generated by your contracting with ICE for nearly a decade. For folks in the crowd who aren't familiar with this history, when you began trafficking in caged human bodies to fund the county in 2011, Joe DiVincenzo presented it as simply a great way to raise revenue and keep taxes low. He was unambiguous about that. Not until the Trump era and a resurgent grassroots movement did you find a new alibi for contracting with ICE, which was to keep detainees close to their families and lawyers. Now, we know they don't have lawyers because you spend less than 2% of the $50 million that you take from ICE supplying lawyers. Maybe if you upped that, they would actually have lawyers and there would be some credence to that. As far as keeping them close to their families, we know from Joe D's own account that you're taking detainees from Texas, from California, from Georgia, from the southern border. They're not close to their families. And so this alibi is a pretty thin pretense to continue cashing in on Trump's human trafficking and racist terror against immigrant communities. I've watched you at these meetings. I've watched you contract with Keith Commissary, fully aware that they paid millions of dollars in fines in Mississippi for bribing public officials. I heard their representative offer you a pathetic explanation of why they had to pay that fine. Frankly, you looked embarrassed when you voted to renew their contract with them, but you did. And again, this is inherent in the corruption of contracting with ICE. So now we're supposed to believe in this new task force, which is supposed to be independent of Joe D because he's the one we don't trust, and it's going to be headed by his college football buddy. I've asked twice what the party affiliation of Judge Linares is, who is a lifetime Republican, whether he's still a Republican. Twice, Joe D has refused to answer that legitimate factual question. That does not give us a lot of faith in this body. And a review board would be a standing body. This task force has the power to dissolve itself. So it can be stacked with a bunch of lackeys and then say everything's great and disappear. It's a transparent PR move. I urge you
seconds.
to vote against it, and also to end your contract with ICE that has caused all of this. And finally, just as a question, since Joe D's not going to answer me on whether Judge Linares is a Republican. I actually tried calling the Board of Elections, which is what he suggested. They don't answer their phone. So instead of asking that for a third time, since he's not going to answer, I'd like to ask just why. Why will Joe D not respond to his own constituents asking legitimate, factual, political questions? End the contract with ICE. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katya Altman, and I'm a member of North Jersey DSA. I'm here because I want to be part of the chorus of voices calling for the closure of this prison. Unlike any of you, the activists in this room are dedicated to helping people and creating a better world. And if you had a conscience, you would follow our lead. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is an agency that does nothing but create human suffering. It needs to be abolished, and county governments like this one need to end their complicity in this agency's crimes. Prisons like the Essex County Correctional Facility are fascist institutions dedicated to warehousing people that our society declares to be undesirable. Shame on you for your continued support of this human rights travesty, and thank you so much for everyone who came out today to fight against the deportation machine.
Hi, good evening. My name is Esteban. I am a member of the immigrant community that you guys are lacking up. I am against this ordinance because this task force is not gonna put together, it's not gonna join the families that are broken apart, especially now in the Christmas and the holidays. I wanna say something that Mr. Gill said a few months ago in July, and I quote, he said, "I want you to know tonight that I stand in unison with all these organizations who are here, the many, many organizations who are calling to close these camps. And I want you also to know those are not just empty words and rhetorics. That includes county facilities like the one in Essex, ending its contract with ICE. And I will say that again. That means holding the county of Essex accountable for its contract with ICE and eliminating it as fast as possible." End quote. So there it shows you that Mr. Gill, he's for this. He actually made a promise, okay? So we don't want none of this task force. That's not gonna bring my people together. Right now, as we speak, on December 25th, when you guys are at your dinner table with your children and your grandchildren, there's going to be fathers and mothers in jail where the kids are going to be eating dinner with that empty seat. Okay? Please, have mercy on the families, on the immigrant families that won't be together these holidays. Have some heart. Have some decency, for God's sake. I'm talking because this is personal for me. I am an immigrant. I am a member of the community that's in fear in the holidays. The holidays are supposed to be a time of joy, of being with families. When you guys are with your families, a lot of immigrant families won't be with their families. Please think about this and shut down the ICE concentration camp now.
Jay Arena, Newark, New Jersey. I agree with my brothers and sisters. We don't need this fraudulent task force. We need to close this ICE concentration camp now. And I agree with the words.
All these organizations who are here, the many, many organizations who are calling to close these camps. And I want you also to know those are not just empty words and rhetoric. That includes county facilities like the one in Essex.
I agree with the Freeholder president. But we need to put action behind those words. Yes. And so we are calling on Brendan Gill, the president of the Essex County Freeholders, the advisor to Phil Murphy, his consigliere, to take our advice, to take our demand and present a bill before this body for an immediate and permanent end to this ICE concentration camp that this county runs on behalf of the Trump administration. We need to have a commitment, real actions behind your words. Your words sound nice, but they ring empty. Months after you enunciated with that stirring speech in Elizabeth at the private-run facility that we also want closed, we haven't seen any action, and we need that now. We need to know not only where you stand, but all of your colleagues. Which side are you on?
Which side are you on, my people?
Are you on the side of Trump, who has increased the number of people being held on a daily basis in the concentration camps from 34,000 under the former deporter-in-chief, the Obama administration, who was no friend, to now 42,000 on any one day. And that was in 2018. It's probably gone up now. And this concentration camp, one of the largest in the country, has been key to the ability to ramp up the terror against immigrants and the number of people that they have incarcerated. And I want to clear up Ms. Siebold, who is consistently, one of Joe D's chief defenders, has defended
30
this
seconds.
contract, arguing that we want to keep families together. Well, as Whit Strube mentioned, and we've received a letter from Deportation Joe, you drag people from California, from Texas, from New Mexico, all around this country to feed Wall Street, because that's who Joe D serves, right? He touts your bond rating is so good because of all the blood money you drag in
Time's
to
up.
this county. No, the time is up on this ICE concentration camp. That is what its time's up. It's gotta end. It's gotta end. That is what time's up. Time is up on this ICE concentration
Please
camp.
respect.
Our
please-
movement.
Mr. Arena, please respect.
Let me finish.
Please, I've
Let
let
me
you finish.
finish.
Mr. Arena, please respect the other people's
me
ability to
finish.
speak. You're over time, Mr. Arena.
It needs to end. Are you on the
We-
side of this movement?
We got your point, Mr. Arena. We understand your position.
Squeeze the handle underneath. You can lower the mic.
I think this is good. I think I got it. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Good evening, Freeholders. My name is Jessica Brader, and I'm a member
Jessica,
of...
could you speak into the mic,
yes.
please?
Can you hear me now? Okay. My name is Jessica Brader. I'm a member of B'nai Keshet in Montclair. I live in Bloomfield, and I'm here with Faith in Essex and the Montclair Sanctuary Alliance this evening to say that we support the passage of the ordinance as a significant step forward in protecting the vulnerable population, both ICE and county detainees at the Essex County Correctional Facility. We urge the county executive's office to engage with stakeholders in the community as nominations to the task force are considered as a good faith effort to ensure transparency and community involvement. We urge the freeholders to exert your oversight to ensure that there is community input in the selection process. To this end, I understand from the answer to my question about the task force appointment process from the last meeting that the process is for candidates to submit resumes to the county executive's chief of staff to self-nominate. And we will circulate this information among advocacy groups and community members. But in the meantime, in the interest of transparency, I am publicly putting forward several names of nominees who plan to submit their resumes and who Faith in Essex supports. Vicar Eric Crispin, Ronald Pierce, Marshall Justice Roundtree, Rosa Santana, Ruben Sinnons, and Serge Demifak. We'll be sending you some more names in the coming couple of weeks, and you can expect to receive resumes from these individuals. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rabbi Elliot Tepperman. I have the great privilege of being Jessica's rabbi at B'nai Keshet in Montclair, New Jersey. I also have the great privilege of working with Faith in New Jersey and Faith in Essex. So I basically want to just say that I wish we could be truly excited. I've had the great privilege of speaking with many of you face to face, and I know that you feel torn about what is happening. And I believe that we could move to a place where we're not only getting out of the business of detaining people who are seeking to live here legally, but we could get out of the detention business altogether as a town. And I really hope that we do that and that we move towards that. But I also think that we have to practice being courageous. And I think that this is an important step forward in that practice. I don't think that as long as our town is responsible for that correctional facility, that we can do so without civilian oversight. And I've made it clear that I think that we could have a stronger ordinance, but I think that moving forward with this ordinance will still be an important step forwards towards justice. I hope you do vote for it. And then I hope we take the next courageous step together to make sure that it means something, to make sure that it does the work that it's called to do, and to make sure together we start to think about how we can balance our budget without the Essex County Correctional Facility.
Eric Lerner, Warren, New Jersey. I've seen a bit of history in this country, and I want to put the issue before you in historical context. About a half-century ago, Governor George Wallace of Alabama stood in the doorway of the University of Alabama and blocked the path to freedom. He stood there to deny the right to education of African American students. History pushed George Wallace and segregation aside. But now you, freeholders of Essex County, you are standing in the doorway, blocking the route to freedom for the 800 immigrants who are held in this county unconstitutionally, without charge and trial, in what you, President Gill, have correctly termed a concentration camp. It is time for you, freeholders, to step out of the way, to open the door to freedom that will allow these immigrants to escape from this concentration camp, to escape from this unconstitutional fate that you are participating in holding them in. It doesn't take much courage on your part for you, President Gill, to introduce the legislation now to vote this contract out of existence. And for you, other freeholders, to vote for the ending of that contract. You don't face much consequences to do that. All it takes is a very small amount of backbone. Recently, in the New York Times, there was an article about the police force in New York in which it was revealed in a lawsuit that an officer on the police force was ordered by his commandant to stop picking up so many white and Asians for fare jumping and to start picking up more African Americans and Latinos. And that police officer, whose job was on the line, said to his officer, "No, that's an unconstitutional order. I can't pick up people on the basis of their race." He was risking his job, his future. What are you risking by saying to the federal government, "No, we will not carry out your unconstitutional detention of hundreds of thousands of people"? Stand with the people in Massachusetts, in California, in Seattle, in Texas, who have ended their contracts. Do the same. End this contract now. Now is the time. Your time is up.
Good evening. Katie Singer, live in Millburn, New Jersey. I teach at Rutgers, Newark. And I am here to say, along with my colleagues, that we do not want the ordinance because the ordinance means that we still have a contract with ICE, and we don't want a contract with ICE. I'm thinking about Isaiah 2, and it reads, "And he shall judge among the nations and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore." Wow, there are people in this room I know who would not identify as religious. I'll bet we would be hard-pressed to find someone who would not prefer plowshares to swords. Being in contract with ICE, which incentivizes the rounding up of human beings, typically by weaponized force and violence, is signing on to war, to military-style conflict. We in Essex County are repeating patterns of war on immigrants, patterns that have been repeated many times throughout our country. I mean, we have targeted everyone from epileptics to Asians in our fine history, and now we're working really, really hard to keep out humans from Central and South America especially. People, humans, fleeing for their lives, waiting for months to years in tent cities in Mexico right now often, sending their children as young as 3 years old over a bridge by themselves because children alone cannot be denied asylum. And when these human beings finally make it in through legal means quite often, they settle in with a sister or an uncle, which happens in Newark all the time. They find a job and they begin the long journey of making a life in this land of the free. They are hunted down then by military-trained law enforcement. They are placed in cells and they are treated like criminals. This is war. Wow, I'm sorry I'm boring those of you who feel like texting right now, but this is war. Sorry, you guys are too busy for that. Just because you and I and you and you and you are not directly affected by this, like we get to go home, all of us, no bombs are going off in our neighborhoods, it does not mean this is not a war. I and my colleagues here do not want to benefit from the spoils of war. That money that our county makes each and every month on each and every body detained in the county's detention center. We want Joe D. to face the people he supposedly works for. We want him to hear what we have to say and speak up against this military conflict we have signed on to. End the ICE contract, end this war.
Good evening. My name is Tim Evans, and I represent an organization called the Episcopal Diocese of Newark Ministry to Prisoners. And I think that when I think about a task force, I think of a task force that covers all aspects of imprisonment, not just immigrants, although that's extremely important, but others as well. A lady quoted from Isaiah. Let me quote from the Psalm, Psalm 88, verse 8. I was so fast in prison that I cannot get forth. It really, the whole history of this goes back 400 years to 1619, when the first shipload of white people, not people of color, but white people came over as slaves. And you have got to keep in mind the idea of hope for every single person, not just immigrants, but everybody. Our organization tries to take children into the Essex County Jail Annex, and they are not able to see their own mothers. And why? Not because the mothers have done anything wrong, but because, well, except to get into jail, of course, but because there is insufficient staff there. And it seems to me that the Civil Review Board could look at this and keep pressure on the authorities to make sure that there is a sufficient staff so that children could go and see their parents. And it's a very hopeless situation at the moment, but we have to really try and bring all of these aspects under control. After all, the ICE people are escaping from brutality in many cases, in Guatemala, Salvador, Honduras. They're escaping from chaos and brutality and lack of a way of living. And it was the same in England 400 years ago in Tudor times. There was crop failure, and there was the plague,
30
one year
seconds.
after the other. So that is what I think we should be concentrating on, to actually have the review board to kill this ordinance the way it is without the amendments. We need to have the amendments on. We need to have the civilian review board looking at every detail. Because when I go into jail at Christmas time, I've done it now for 25 years, the Hudson County Jail, service of lessons and carols.
Time's up.
We could be doing the same thing. We could be bringing hope. Thank you.
Hi, freeholders. My name is Alejandro Jaramillo. I introduced myself already, and I am here because I oppose the current task force. I think that's a fake task force that you all and Jody is using to wash his hands and shift accountability. This task force is not independent. Is controlled by Jody, and also the comments of and recommendations of many organizations that have been here have not been taken seriously. And it's shameful. It's shameful that we have been 2 years, that we have been 2 Christmas here, and the only thing that you have to offer is a fake task force. That's shameful for you, because you all get to go home to be with your family, but the people that are being detained, right, and that are being captured on the streets every day, they don't get to see their families, and they get deported, and their children suffer, many of them US citizens. And here you are keeping the ICE contract, trying to make excuses, right, and not ending the contract. And this is shameful. For all of you that have children, I bet that if it was your family that was being put in that concentration camp, you will end the contract immediately. And also it's shameful the lack of accountability. Just let me bring something up. I was here in the summer. I asked for a letter in support of the driver license. In the summer, I got a letter in November 4 saying that you are working on a letter. To this day, there is no letter. I don't need a letter anymore. I don't need a letter anymore. The next hearing is tomorrow.
Sir, I'm sorry. I apologize, and I'll relinquish 20 seconds back. We passed a resolution. We could not have been more stronger on that issue. So that's just flat out wrong.
Okay, I didn't see a resolution, and maybe that's why. I was expecting to see a letter.
You weren't at the meeting.
I wasn't at the meeting.
So that's just false.
Okay, so, but it was not mailed to me. I requested,
I'm just putting on the record.
All right.
I'm going to relinquish back at time. You're wrong.
Okay.
This board took a strong position. You're completely wrong. It's false. You asked for something. The board did it.
Okay. Now, I ask you to put a vote the end of the ICE contract, right? And, you spoke in the summer that we need to end this contract. So we need you to take your leadership position and bring that vote here, right? And force these people here to take a stand. Are they going to take a stand with Trump? Or are they going to vote their conscience to vote to end the contract, that's the right thing to do? We need to end this contract now. We don't need a fake task force. If you're going to put a task force, put a good task force, independent of Jody. For all the inmates, put a good task force, but end the contract now,
20 seconds.
right now, and stop collaborating with ICE, stop making blood money on the back of immigrants, and bring the boat. Mr. Gill, I would like to know, and this is my question, when are you going to bring to this body a vote to end the ICE contract?
Time's up.
And I would like a written response.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Terry Seuss. I've been here before, and I notice it's all decorated for Christmas, which is, and the holidays, which is very nice, but it just strikes me as kind of a facade that your hearts are not really where they need to be. You know, this is red and green and the holiday season and the stories that that's supposed to represent for all of us. They're very important, and they should guide us throughout the year, right? And instead, we are participating, and that's all of us, that's every taxpayer, participating in supporting ICE. And you, as well as I, have probably read the news about ICE, right? There, we still have 12,000 children locked up. The thing that got everybody so riled up like a year ago, that has not gone away. And now there's 40,000 adults on the other side of the border who they won't even let in here to build better lives for themselves. This is ICE. This is the military arm of the bureaucracy of the executive. And that happens to be the executive of the United States. We have an executive here who's participating in all of that. And we need you to stand up to that and stop that. Because there's, like everybody knows, there's 800 people down there for paper violations. They should be with their families. Most of us all came from somewhere else anyway. You know, how would you like it to be there? You know, ask yourself that. Do something. I came tonight because there's a book. This is called On Fire. Today, Greta Thunberg has been on the cover of Time. We have a climate emergency. And that's a whole other story, but it's closely related to the one we're talking about tonight. Naomi Klein talks about how money has been taken away from FEMA and money's been taken away from Guatemala, Honduras, places where there are problems that are driving people here. And it's been put into ICE. It's been put into detaining people. So let me read a little paragraph from this book. Let there be no mistake. This is the dawn of climate barbarism.
30 seconds.
And unless there is a radical change, not only in politics, but in the underlying values that govern our politics, this is how the wealthy world is going to adapt to more climate disruption. By fully unleashing the toxic ideologies that rank the relative value of human lives in order to justify the monstrous discarding of huge swaths of humanity. And what starts as brutality at the border will most certainly infect societies as a whole. You need to read this book, and you need to take action to just do something decent for human beings at Christmas time. It's Christmas time, for God's sake.
I'm Kathy O'Leary. I'm with Pax Christi. I'd just like to start off, as I usually do, that we will not have justice until the ICE contract is ended, until all the camps are closed, and until you stop viewing people in your custody as sources of revenue rather than as children of God. In November, Pax Christi joined SOA Watch in Columbus, Georgia for a weekend conference and vigil. We were marking the 30th anniversary of the murder of the 6 Jesuits, their housekeeper and her daughter at the UCA in El Salvador. They were murdered by members of the El Salvadoran military who were trained at Fort Benning at what was called the School of the Americas, now WINSEC. The SOA trains military personnel and police in Central and South America. The materials that were used to develop the curriculum advocate counterinsurgency tactics that include torture and assassination. The Border Patrol has trained at Fort Benning for many years. In September, it was announced by local media in Georgia that ICE would soon be training there as well. They will be training in simulated urban warfare. Even if you pass this ordinance tonight, and I hope that you do, you will still be cooperating with evil. While I was in Georgia, I met advocates from around the country, specifically from the Deep South, and also the border, particularly the border in Arizona. They were celebrating the termination of a recent contract in Atlanta. There was no wringing of hands as there is here about what will happen. There was no discussion about how Atlanta's jail was better than other facilities, because everybody knows that county jails are not places for people to be locked up for months and even years on end. Particularly not a jail with a record like the one that Essex County has, and not just for the immigrant detainees, but also for the criminal inmates as well. It doesn't take much research to look at your website and see the pitiful lack of visiting hours for your jail. The plans in Georgia
30 seconds.
were to shut down more facilities in Georgia and Mississippi and Louisiana. If you truly want to support migrants, you will not rest on this small step. You will move forward on a plan to end the ICE contract. And lastly, I would like to point out that this is a task force. This is not the community oversight board that we've been asking for close to 10 years now. A task force by definition is temporary.
Time's up.
And the ordinance that you have written says that the task force can dissolve itself at any time that it decides that its work is done. And shame on you for not putting in place a permanent body. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Hayden. I am here as a representative of the Unitarian Universalist congregation in Montclair, and also we are members of the Montclair Sanctuary Alliance and Faith in Action in New Jersey. The primary, or the first principle of Unitarianism is a recognition of the inherent worth and dignity of every human being. I'm here because it's clear that what's going on in the jail has failed to recognize that dignity. Now, I like to think that not just the audience in this room, but the majority of the freeholders were thoroughly shocked by the Office of the Inspector General's report with colored pictures. And since then, there's been a lot more rumors of even worse things that are going on. In considering the ordinance, and considering the fact that it's just task force, it is quite flawed. But I think it's a good first step. I think it's really important that something happen, or we think it's really important that something happen now and that it be built on while Essex County is detaining these immigrants. So I urge you to vote for them. I commend you for having this ordinance and having it reach the second reading. But that's just the beginning. And it's really important that the appointments be transparent and that community input be allowed and that it be done swiftly so that there can begin to be a little bit of relief for the people. Ultimately, I believe all ICE detention contracts throughout the country should be ended. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Lindhorst, and I'm here on behalf of the ACLU of New Jersey. The ACLU of New Jersey, again, thanks Freeholder President Gill and the board members for their commitment to moving this ordinance forward and addressing the egregious conditions at ECCF. The ACLU of New Jersey continues to support the creation of this task force as a critical first step toward addressing serious problems with conditions at the jail and to protect the safety and basic rights of people detained, jailed, or imprisoned there. We applaud the work of these great community advocates who have worked tirelessly to make this ordinance as strong as possible. It is the continued involvement of these residents that will ensure that ECCF and the Oversight Board's work is transparent and accountable. The ACLU of New Jersey stands with advocates calling for transparent nomination process, and this board will begin to earn the trust of community members if first, community members and stakeholder organizations are able to recommend task force members. They have expertise and can recommend nominees who will work toward making ECCF a safer place. And second, that candidates nominated by community members and stakeholder organizations are given full consideration, and decisions about the composition of the task force are made transparently. Freeholders, thank you again for your work to advance a community-led oversight process at the jail. This is an important first step and lays the groundwork for the county to start the process of implementing meaningful reforms. The ACLU of New Jersey urges the board to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carl. I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm a Newark resident. I've been here many times, but it's been a long time since I've been back, but I definitely feel a sense of urgency around the holidays to come here and speak for those who cannot speak because they are so cruelly imprisoned in our local concentration camp. That's why I waited an hour and a half outside in your hall. You guys definitely need to get a bigger room so we can all get in here. Especially when you know so many of us want to be involved in politics at the county level. But what I'd like to request is you have this ordinance for a county oversight board. I think we also need to have legislation introduced that will force everybody on the chosen board to decide whether they want to continue the contract or not. Because we need to see which side everybody's on. Whatever the civilian oversight board can possibly do, I don't think any group of people can ever do enough to make a concentration camp humane. There's no such thing as making a concentration camp nice. Instead of a civilian oversight board, I would recommend a liberation board. And the goal of the liberation board would be to make sure all of the people who are released when you introduce that legislation to end the contract, that they can all find their families. And I think the liberation board should be in charge of giving these people reparations for all the lost wages that they've had, and that some of this millions of dollars you've collected from imprisoning them, that's an enormous amount of lost wages from all of these people who are mostly working people who have been locked up in jail. Think about how much money and how much struggling these families are going through because the breadwinner has been taken away from ICE. I think we need a liberation force that will get all of these people jobs when they're released, good paying jobs. A lot of these people, their families have been displaced from their homes, that's lost rent, lost mortgage payments. We need a board that can make sure when these people are released that they get good housing and good jobs and that they come back into society because these people are our brothers, sisters, our colleagues, our friends. And that's really what a board should be
30
doing.
seconds.
It shouldn't be there to give the detainees yoga classes or to pick a different food vendor or to make sure, they get an extra hour. I mean, those are all nice things, but at the end of the day, what we really want to see is not just these little reforms. We want to see the system ended and torn apart entirely. We need to think about how to decolonize these situations and what's going on here in Essex. And I think we need to think bold. That's it. Free them all.
Hello, my name is Lisa Hoffman, and I'm a member of B'nai Keshet in Montclair, New Jersey. I'm here with Faith in Essex and the Montclair Sanctuary Alliance. As a Jew and an Essex County resident, I feel strongly about the need to protect the most vulnerable among us. We support the passage of the ordinance as a significant step forward in protecting the vulnerable population, both ICE and county detainees at the Essex County Correctional Facility. We urge the County Executive's Office to engage with stakeholders and the community as nominations to the independent task force are considered as a good faith effort to ensure transparency and community involvement. We urge the freeholders to exert your oversight to ensure that there is community input in the selection process. Thank you.
Hey, my name is David Wish. I'm from Montclair, New Jersey. I'll try to be short. For me, that's usually pretty easy. First, I'd like to say thank you to the freeholders for bringing this to a vote. I also support the passage of the ordinance as a significant step forward. I'd also just like to say that I know that there are a lot of bigger issues involved, but like the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single footstep. And as a lifelong educator, I work in the field of education. I think disrupting the school-to-prison pipeline is paramount, and I think that a society can judge itself and will be judged by history by how it treats the most vulnerable members of our population. So I'm grateful to you for the work that you're doing, and I hope that you'll follow through by both adopting the ordinance and really being open to the community input. It's obviously a much bigger picture, and as a lot of the other speakers have said tonight, so thank you for my time. And look, I see it a minute and 55 seconds.
Hi, good evening. My name is Beth Rubin. I'm also from Montclair, New Jersey. I am a member of B'nai Keshet Synagogue, and through some involvement with this work, have also got to know people at a number of wonderful organizations, Faith in New Jersey, Essex County. I don't have a lot to add to what has already been said. I want to add my voice to thanking the freeholders for moving on this, and add my voice to supporting the ordinance, to echo what my husband just said about this being the first step of many, I hope. And I also just want to draw everyone's attention to the wide number and diversity of voices that have come together to work on this issue and to push for this ordinance. And I think this is a coalition of people who will continue to keep their eye on the issue, to keep their eyes out as the freeholders appoint the task force and as the task force does its work. So I think this is a powerful group of people who are really engaged now, and will continue their engagement as this issue certainly is going to continue into the future. Thank you.
You can just squeeze right underneath the mic, and you can adjust the mic.
Hi there, Reverend Pamela Bacall, President, Prison Ministry, Episcopal Diocese of Newark, trustee of Offender Aid and Restoration, and the Patch program, where we, for almost 40 years, have brought children to the jail to see their parents. I speak on behalf of the whole jail. I speak on behalf of the staff. We've got to free up the budget so that there can be more people there to do the work that needs to be done. There are important programs, and they're not happening and they're not working, and that's primarily because the budget is so tight there isn't enough staff. Keeping families together is so important. It helps the inmates when they return to society. It helps recidivism. It helps the children from the pitfalls of trauma. It helps everyone. So please, let's try to free up this budget for the good of everyone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yael Weber. I'm an Essex County resident. I'm here on behalf of Never Again Newark. I've been coming here for a long time. I've been speaking about these issues for a long time. You're all really thrilled You're all really thrilled to see me again, I can tell. And I'm really disappointed that this oversight board is not what it needs to be, that it's being led by somebody appointed by Joe D., that we have lost all faith in his ability to be accountable and to oversee himself in a way that's for the benefit of anyone other than himself. I know this seems like it's not directly related to the oversight board, but at the last meeting, I brought up the issue that with the driver's license bill that I hear you have passed a strong resolution in favor of, thank you, that we expected there would be a reduction in the number of ICE arrests resulting from traffic stops and people being incarcerated and detained and deported because they ran a stop sign. So with that, my question was, what are we going to do to make sure that those beds are not simply filled with people coming from other places? I have spoken to many of you individually, a number of whom seem to have stepped out, Freeholder Siebold, Freeholder Luciano, Freeholder Morris, Freeholder Gill, we've spoken, Freeholder Johnson. I've had a number of conversations where I've been told repeatedly that we must have this contract, we must keep the contract because we need to keep people close to their families. We need to keep people here close to their communities. So when I asked the question about what we are going to do to make sure that these beds are not being used to take people far away from their communities, the response I got was, ICE already sends detainees from other parts of the country to the ECCF, including New York, Texas, California, Georgia, and New Mexico. Whoa. That's it? That's your response to what you're going to do to make sure that we keep people close to their families, as we already take people from other states? So if we do something to reduce the number of Essex County residents who are in Essex County facilities, we're just going to fill those beds with people from other states and not worry that they're being taken further from their families? That's the best we can do? I would really like a response from any freeholder here about how this is a responsible thing to do, how this is keeping people close to their families, how detaining people from New Mexico in our prison here in Essex County is keeping them close to their communities.
30 seconds.
The oversight is absolutely necessary. The legislation that's here tonight does not do what it needs to do. I would urge you to not pass this and to pass a much stronger resolution. But the most important part of that is that we need to end the contract. Thank you.
Good evening, freeholders. My name is Serge Demafak from American Friends Service Committee. I would like to start by saying that, we've engaged in this process in good faith and in believing that the freeholders were going to respond to our questions. At the meeting in Maplewood, I submitted a document, supported by 14 immigrant rights groups. And that document was shared with all the freeholders. It was given individually to every freeholders. And today I'm learning that there was an amendment that has nothing to do with the 15 different points that I submitted. And we were not given explanation as to why nothing was considered. So I am still waiting for answers. And American Friends engaged into this process, because we know already a lot about the culture of jails, we know a lot about immigrant communities, and so forth. And we've been engaging with the stakeholders meetings. And to be fair with you, many of our questions with the stakeholder meetings have been completely, sometimes pushed to the side, and not really answered clearly to. We're not only doing this here in Essex County, we are actually part of the oversight board at Hudson County. So there's a lot of things that we already know, and we've invited the folks from Essex County to come see how some of these meetings are run. And obviously, we've seen, one administrator from Essex County attend a meeting over there, and so far I don't think there's this sort of willingness to understand what's going on somewhere else. And I think signing a good document does not make a solution. I want to really see someone clarifying some of these questions. We don't know anything about the bylaws that have been mentioned. Who's going to prepare it? Who's going to initiate it? And as far as I'm concerned, hearing from what I've read in newspapers, it's going to be signed between, the appointed executive director, Mr. Linares, Judge Linares, and also the county executive. And I think it is insufficient. We really want to see this as a first step, but I think the county needs to
30
continue
seconds.
working very hard to make sure that, this is going to work for the community. But from what I can see, after working with all these different communities, after being part of some of the conversation, I see the resistance. I mean, this is any indication of how things are going to work. I'm going to say it is very disappointing. And I really need to see the county put some work in this process and really get serious about putting this board to work. So I'm still very undecided, but whatever you come with, we're going to have to live with it. And hopefully, something good can come out of it. But I cannot guess. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Donna Jackson, New Jersey Hellraiser. So we know that when we put things together on paper, that it's about the weight of the paper, which is nothing. When the wind blows, it blows. We need to have some strength and teeth to this. I better see some prisoners on this board. I better see some officers on this board. Because, I understand what you're saying, but it got to be even. Because the officers are eating the food too. So when we're talking about oversight of the entire jail, whether we like it or not, we got to be talking about everybody. If it's going to be inclusive of everybody, either it is or it's not. We need to hammer that out. I understand what you guys think. I don't have a problem with that. I got a problem with the license for every illegal immigrant. I do. Because I got 250,000 people in the state of New Jersey right now whose licenses are suspended. What you going to do about that? That for merely a parking ticket. You suspend a person's license for a missed payment on child support. What are you going to do about that? And that's why prisoners need to be on the board. Because we need to talk about those issues as to why the regular prisoners are in jail as well. We need to talk about the amount of prisoners that we lost that were in jail for a $100 fine, a $50 fine. We need to talk about the young man who left Delaney Hall and came to court, and because he didn't bring $20 cash back, he was killed in Essex County Jail. I don't know how the federal monitor left. I don't know who decided up on the Hill. I guess Joe D. and Trump had a meeting, but the conditions are not better. And I know we're going to have a little back and forth, and I'm in support of everyone in this room. But you guys got to open up the door as well. Because people that are in these jails, families that visit these prisoners in this jail, on the ICE side as well as the prison side, are all victims of this. Because these conditions are not conducive for anybody. If we're talking about family reunification, yes, when we're getting ready to disperse prisoners, just like we're talking about dispersing the ICE prisoners, it should be the same. They should have opportunity for housing too, so they don't have to turn around and come back. So I'm just telling everybody in the room right now, it is what it is. But everybody's entitled to have right done by them as well. There's a whole bunch of people in that Essex County Jail that's not in there for murder. There's a whole bunch of people in that Essex County Jail that are in there for fines, parking tickets, courts. When the regular person gets pulled over, if they owe the Department of Motor Vehicle $1,000, they go into jail. And if they couldn't pay the $1,000 in the last 5 years, they ain't gonna be able to pay it now either. So we need to work on that, because I don't need to see regular people going into jail on a motor vehicle stop either for nonsense. So if y'all don't want to do this even, then we're gonna have another conversation, because I live in this community. And I know what it looked like down the hill with the black and the brown. So we're going to advocate for all. Y'all better advocate for all. And if you ain't, step from this mic. And I mean that.
Hi, I'm Karen Sanderson. I'm from Maplewood, New Jersey.
If you can squeeze right underneath the mic.
My name is Karen Sanderson. I'm from Maplewood, New Jersey, and a member of New Jersey DSA. And I would also plead with you to wait to pass this resolution. The civilian board, we should all know who's going to be on it. And I think it's criminal that the only person that you have on a resolution, the only change you made, is to include a police officer. I think we should have people that are detained. There should be people that are in the Essex County Detention Center sitting on this board. And I also think there should be people, community members like us, that have been activists that are involved, plus civil rights lawyers involved. I also think that this is just a small step towards the liberation idea. And I also agree with the idea that this shouldn't just be about the Essex County detention centers. It should also be about the prisons, because the increase of police militarization and what's happening in this country is just becoming more and more impossible to live with. And where's the democracy in this group of people who sit here and we come to, it's like a club. I was here a year ago. It's just like your little club that nothing has changed, and the conditions for people have gotten worse. And it's heartbreaking that so many people are suffering, and that you have some power to do something about not only the immigrants that are detained, but also people that are in prison that don't need to be there. And that's all I have.
Matt Dragon, West Orange. I've received another set of completely unresponsive answers from the administration to questions raised at a prior meeting. These were not my questions. They were questions from 14 Essex County advocacy and legal groups to make meaningful changes to the ordinance before final passage. The petition associated with those requests has 690 signatures. The response I got was, quoting, regarding questions 1 to 17 about specific language in the Civilian Task Force ordinance. The ordinance creating the Civilian Task Force was created through a cooperative effort by the Essex County Administration and Essex County Board of Chosen Freeholders, with input from stakeholders at the ECCF. In addition, Essex County met extensively with the ACLU to gain its input, and the ACLU has endorsed the ordinance and the task force. With the amount of input and cooperation on this issue, we are comfortable that an effective civilian task force has been created through the ordinance. This is obviously not a response to the request from the petition that I read in as questions, which the administration is supposed to respond meaningfully to. It's great that Jody and his administration are comfortable. They don't live and work in the ECCF. These are Joe Deep's prisoners, your prisoners, the task force prisoners, the jail staff's prisoners, our prisoners, and my prisoners. We have a moral, ethical, and legal responsibility to do what is right for everyone who sets foot in that facility. But the administration's stance is that they're comfortable. As part of the super vague and inadequate responses to questions I've asked previously, Jody's administration keeps pointing to how this ordinance is modeled after Newark's federal consent decree. Most often they reference this around the fact that Jody has appointed the executive director with no advice and consent, no consideration of candidates, and before the ordinance was even public, much less passed. The Newark consent decree model that the administration keeps referencing does not have a hand-picked choice of the mayor at the top of their oversight apparatus, like this ordinance will. The highest oversight position is held by a federal judge, given that it's a federal consent decree. The person below that judge was not handpicked by the mayor either. That position was selected in agreement between the city, DOJ, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they are an outsider to the New York administration. So much so that the outsider is from a New York City law firm, not a law firm that does tons of business with Newark and is located within its borders. The proposed executive director for this task force played football with Joe D and works for a firm with extensive county contracts. So my question, requesting a formal response. Please explain how Judge Linares' employment by McCarter and English, a company with extensive county contracts, does not violate the rules for membership on the task force as laid out in 3B1. And I'll quote 3B1 and then I'll be finished. A person may not serve on this task force if the person is or has within the last 5 years been employed by or participated in the management of a business entity or other organization that has, within the last 5 years, contracted or received funds from the ECCF, the Essex County Sheriff's Office, or any other Essex County governmental entity or U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Charlene Walker, and I'm the Executive Director for Faith in New Jersey. You heard many of our people here speak today from Faith in New Jersey and our Faith in the Essex branch. I just wanted to point out a few things that have occurred or why we support this ordinance. We support it because it has promise. We take our lead as a grassroots organization from those that are directly justice impacted. And when people within Essex County Correctional Facility, both on the criminal side, incarceration side, as well as the immigration side, say, look, we need help. We know that you are on the outside and you are fighting to get us out, but right now, we need you to make sure that there is some type of oversight. We decided that we would support something to happen, but what we need to do is we need to make sure that this conversation, like the young lady that went, a few people before me, is a full conversation around both the immigration side as well as the criminal justice side, because we know in New Jersey, we have the largest racial disparity of African Americans are jailed 12 times higher than white folks in New Jersey. And those people have been sitting, my people have been sitting in jail for a really long time asking for someone to intervene and to give them some type of relief and make sure that the conditions are better. So when we hear people that are talking about closing the immigration detention center, and which, by the way, we shouldn't use the word detention because it's just jail. That's just a way of sanitizing it. We're also talking about closing incarceration altogether, but it's going to be a process, and we understand it's going to be a process. But until that time happens, we need to talk about making sure the conditions are going to be better for everyone. So that's why we decided that we want to support this, and we hope that working with all of the freeholders that we will make sure that it is a strong ordinance. We understand that it can evolve. We understand that the people that are going to be assigned, hopefully we're going to make sure that there is going to be transparency. We offered our list. We'll continue to offer a list of people. So I just want to encourage everybody to support this ordinance and take into account some of the amendments, but please support it as much as possible.
Hi, freeholders. I just want to correct the record. Yes, you passed the resolution, and I received a copy. Thank you for the driver license.
Okay. If you spoke, there's one opportunity to speak on the ordinance.
I didn't speak on this ordinance yet.
Okay, I'm just making for the record. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Stacy Gregg, Rockaway. I have a picture here of yourself, President Gill. I'm asking for strength. I want to know, which side are you on? Which side are you on, folk? Which side are you on? They say in Essex County, there will be no neutrals. You'll either be on freedom's side or a thug for Joey D. Which side are you on, folks? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me, which side are you on? Now, I'm tired of educating. I've been coming here for a year. I bought you silver Mylar blankets. You heard how loud they were. You've seen the pictures of dead children. I'm going to play for a little bit. You were educated. You knew what you were doing. You had good words to say. I want people to hear you. Ask for 5 seconds because I can't get this going now.
Families and holding them in cages where they die in custody is unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
These are your words.
I know what I said, Ms. Gregg. I was there.
Proud of them. You could be proud of them.
I am.
And I know that there are many more who share that opinion, not just the people that are here tonight. And I congratulate and thank all of you who are here tonight. But our numbers are much bigger than this. They're much bigger than this, and they're only going to continue to grow. So I want you to know tonight that I stand in unison with all these organizations who are here, the many, many organizations who are calling to close these camps. And I want you also to know those are not just empty words and rhetoric. That includes
That's enough. You can Google, you can watch, you can learn, You cannot say that you didn't know, that you are the oppressors. We are here. We are tired of coming here. It is before the holidays, and we're sick of watching you play on your phone and shake your chair and wave at me and smile and film us back. Families are separated. You know better. You should be doing better. Shame on you talking about the prisoners for $100 and being locked up.
30
And
seconds.
$20. You know wrong when wrong is wrong. I could read Brendan Gill's thing, but I don't have enough time because it took me a minute to get it. But the thing where he was in the politics today, his words are pretty strong there also. So there's not going to be any business as usual, people. We need you to call the question. A bogus oversight task force set up by Joey D. is not the answer.
Time's up.
Shame on you. Do the right thing. Which side are you on, folks? Which side are you on?
We have. Thank you. Do we have any additional speakers? Mr. Leach? Are there any additional speakers?
No.
Would ask everybody to afford the same opportunity to speak. A difference in opinion does not mean you do not give respect to somebody who may disagree with you. Who may disagree with you. So, is there anyone willing to speak on the ordinance? We need to continue with the regular order of business. We'll have to clear the room. So we can have Freeholder comment and take action on the ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to close public comment.
A second.
So, what's that? 30 seconds. We're asking for respect to carry on the meeting. We're asking for the respect of the other people who are here on other agenda items. You say you oppose people like President Trump. This behavior is exactly like it. You are other people who are here. There are other people here besides you who care about other issues that are on this agenda tonight. It's disrespectful to the other people that are here. You're disrupting the meeting. Could you please remove him from the meeting? You're disrupting the meeting.
Take him out.
Take him out. Take him out. Okay, Mr. Parlavecchio, any questions or comments? Mr. McInerney, any questions or comments?
No, Mr. President.
Freeholders, any questions or comments? Okay, Freeholders, do I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing in ordinance on O 2019-00017?
We have a
Moved by Freeholder Cooper.
Second.
Second by Freeholder Palmaris. Do I have the same mover and second to approve the ordinance?
yes.
Thank you. Any additional Freeholder questions or comments before we take the vote. I have a couple that I would like to put on the record before we take the vote. First was a question that was raised that was a serious question that I don't think the answer was given in writing yet, but we were able to conclude today that McCarter English does not have any county contracts. So there are no county contracts with that law firm, and I want to make sure that we put that on the record tonight. Second, as I've said repeatedly, I want to thank everyone who took the time to participate, who took the time to give input on this ordinance, in particular the ACLU, which spent a lot of time and a lot of effort, thank you, in helping to shape this. And I will say this not in the context of to validate the policy, which I've been very clear that I disagree with, but this is not a paper ordinance. This is not a PR stunt. This will be, when passed tonight, the strongest independent task force that's been created by any public body without a court order, not just in the state of New Jersey, but in the country. And I don't say that it's a fact. That's a fact. So the idea that this board, please let me speak. You had an opportunity to speak. I'd like an opportunity to speak. The idea that this board is without teeth or does not have representation. This board actually covers the entire jail, not just the immigration detainees. It covers the entire facility. It includes specific categories for people who were detained in that facility, both on the immigration side and on the, what I would call, in my words, the criminal side. So there are quite a bit of things that are addressed in this ordinance that have been raised in these meetings, that were even raised by people who came to speak both for and against it tonight. So I think this is one step, a small step in this process, and one that I think will make a marked difference, and I pray and hope that it will. So with that, I'm going to call the vote unless there's any freeholders who would like to make any additional questions or comments. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper. Present, not voting. Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving to resolution, thank you. Moving to resolutions 15 and 17, which have been withdrawn by the administration. Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Mr. President, item 17 has been withdrawn. We'll have that back on January 7th meeting.
Okay.
Item 18, Ms. Chambers is here to address this item.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Maurice Brown, Director for the Senior Services. Ms. Chambers fell ill today, so I'm here instead. This resolution, number 18, is really for signage for myself and along with our Department Director, Aníbal Ramos. This is for our respite program for senior services, where we work with folks to send them out to give caregivers a break that allows them to be able to go shopping, take a vacation, do something in our respite care program.
Okay. Ms. Parlavecchio?
I don't have any questions on this one.
Mr. McInerney?
No questions.
Freeholders?
We're going to come back to it.
Questions or comments on resolution number 18?
I'll move, Mr.
Moved by
President.
Freeholder
Second.
Damaris, second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Mr. President, just a question. A question to the administration. I know Resolution 17 was withdrawn. 15 and 16, are they still on?
They still are. We'll come back to those.
Oh, we're coming back
at
to
the
those?
end, yes.
Got it. Okay.
So 15 is,
In 16, we're going to come
15 and 16 are still on the agenda, Mr. President. We'll just, I thought you just wanted
we're
to
just withdrawn.
come
for-
back to those. Yeah.
At the end of the meeting. Okay. Okay, so we'll move then to Resolution 19 and 20. We can read them into the record at a later time.
Mr. President, Mr. Alvarez is here to address those issues.
Good evening, Mr. President, freeholders. Roberto Alvarez, Division of Community Health Services. We have two resolutions. Number 19 is to reallocate $25,000 from an agency that did not use it to provide more prevention and educational services in the community.
Okay, I'm going to do Resolution number 20.
Resolution number 20 is to use the amount of $276,000, 678 to the CIHA program to provide many services in the community.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Parlavecchio.
No questions.
Mr. McInerney.
These are all grants, Mr. President. I have no questions.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Moved by Freeholder Siebel, second by Vice President Richardson. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper. Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson, absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson. Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Wrong night. Oh, I'm reading the wrong one.
19 and 20.
19 and 20.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Moving to Resolutions 21 and 22, which are in the Hospital Center. Mr. Jackson.
Director Delgaudio is here to address these items, Mr. President.
Thank you. I don't see Mr. Delgaudio. I didn't see him here tonight at all, actually.
Yeah, he was in the hall.
Was he here?
In the hall.
Okay.
Did see him, yes.
Would you like to do 15 and 16 while we're waiting, Mr. President, or just?
If you want to move back to 15 and
Yeah.
16, sure, we can move back to Resolutions 15 and 16, which we'll read into the record at a later time.
Oh.
Nope. So should we just hold it open, Mr.
Which
Parlavecchio?
one? I'm not sure if we want to do 15, 16, or 21 and 22.
Well, right now, we went to 21 and 22.
Okay,
Here he
sure.
is, still open. Do I need to?
We'll keep, sorry, Mr. President.
That's all right. I appreciate the effort.
We're good on 21 and 22.
Okay, so we can keep 21 and 22
Yes.
open? Okay.
Yeah, 21.
The resolution for the contract with Robert Wood Barnabas Health.
And also Kane University.
Oh, Kane University,
Start
okay.
with that one.
Sorry, 21, I was listening to Mr. McInerney. So it's a
Don't do that.
affiliation agreement with Kane University for
Yeah. Okay.
rehab therapy at the hospital center. This is a renewal. What happens is the students come from Kane and they work with our patients directly. And they run groups in our rehab therapy department.
Okay. We do Resolution number 22.
22 this is an annual non-fair open contract with Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas Health to provide inpatient and outpatient services for our patients at the Essex County Hospital Center. This contract's been in place since 2014. And over the years, it has developed, and I think we provide some of the best medical services for our patients in the state of New Jersey with this relationship. What has also happened is we have physicians as part of the Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas Network that come to our hospital. We have the chief of cardiology who comes to our hospital once a month and sees our patients, sees 25 patients every month when he comes, the patients that need that. And we're trying to expand that also for some other specialties, and the contract's going exceptionally well.
Mr. Parlavecchio?
No questions.
Mr. McInerney?
The only question I had is within the contract, it says subject to provider availability. Has that ever been an issue?
Through you, Mr. President, what happens is sometimes we have a specialty that is very difficult to locate, and sometimes we do have to go out of the contract to find another local provider for if a patient is diagnosed with a specialty that's needed and is willing to see our patients. But it's very rare.
All right, but that's what that means, that they don't have that.
I mean, they have every specialty that you could imagine, so very rare do we have to find another provider for that.
All right,
service.
thank you very much.
Okay, Freeholders, additional questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Moved by Freeholder Siebold, second by Freeholder Cooper. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebold. Yes. Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson, absent. Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, moving into resolution number 23, which we can read into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson?
Mr. President, County Council Gassion is here to address this item.
Good evening, Courtney Gassion, Essex County Council. Through you, Mr. President, this is a resolution seeking the approval of the board for a contract with a law firm of McCarter & English in the amount of $300,000. It is a one-year contract. It would be effective as of the date of award. As you are well aware, this contract is in connection with the Civilian Task Force Ordinance, which was just passed earlier this evening. This is for both the appointment of the executive director position, which will be for former federal judge Jose Linares as the executive director of the Civilian Task Force, as well as support services, which will be provided by the McCarter & English firm. Those support services will include any type of administrative, writing, research, any type of support services that are required by both the executive director and the remaining members of the Civilian Task Force, which have yet to be appointed. And just to follow up, Mr. President, on a comment that you made earlier, I have confirmed and also confirmed with Freeholder Council that there is no current McCarter & English contracts with the county, nor has there been for the last 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Parlavecchio?
Mr. President, I can certainly concur with what County Council's put on the record. I think it's important to note, as we were putting together this task force ordinance, that we all saw it was important to have a strong, not only executive director, but person doing the support services and all of the first-time activities. So the amount of this contract is not just for the individual, but it is for the back office support staff, and not just administrative, but legal staff that'll get this task force up and running. I don't know if we've discussed this on the record, but I think in addition to retired Judge Linares's career as a federal district judge and a resident of the city of Newark, or hailing from the city of Newark, he was also in private practice, part of the, as an attorney, part of the litigation that brought about the federal consent decree on the old Essex County Jail in Caldwell. That really is the, I guess, the start point for kind of where we are now, but what has ushered in the last 20 years of different things with corrections in this county. But he was the first person to really shine a light on what was the correctional system at this time in the county. So it's somewhat full circle, or fairly apropos, that he'll be part of this next chapter.
Thank you. Freeholder's additional questions or comments? Freeholder Cooper.
How exactly is this going to work? Within this document, it says we're hiring a person, but then it says we're hiring a firm.
Through you, Mr. President. So the contract is for both. The contract is to allow for the executive director to head up the civilian task force and in a leadership role. So that will compensate him for the time that he spends on civilian task force activities. And at the same time, because we recognize that there will be a significant amount, certainly during the startup period and beyond, to support the civilian task force, there's going to be a significant amount of administrative needs that are required. So the $300,000 contract will also be there to compensate the firm for providing those administrative support services. So that contract amount is all-encompassing for both Judge Linares's compensation as well as to compensate the firm for the work they are doing on behalf of the task force. How it gets apportioned is up to the firm. That's beyond our purview.
Is there an hourly rate attached to this?
It is a flat rate contract. It's at $300,000. They will provide us with an accounting of their time, but their contract is for $300,000.
Do we generally do legal contracts like this without an hourly rate?
So the county has a flat rate that they pay outside counsel. This is somewhat unique in that it is for a singular position that we have not yet appointed in our history. As a civilian task force executive director, obviously that's not a role that has been fulfilled before at the county. So it is somewhat out of the norm that we would have a legal contract like this, where we're compensating both an individual for a role they're playing in an executive function as well as support services. So it is an atypical legal services contract. That is why we did not feel that an hourly rate would be appropriate in these circumstances. It's somewhat of a unique circumstance.
Thank you.
Freeholder's additional questions or comments? Just to echo a comment that Mr. Parlavecchio made. Mr. Kind of regardless of how you feel about this task force and its objectives, Mr. Linares's credentials, and I would encourage many who came to speak about them tonight, in my opinion, are really not in question. He was part of actually the original reason that there was judicial action taken against this county. So, he has led the movement, the reform movement on this particular issue for a long, long time. I would also say that somewhat in the same category of your question, Freeholder Cooper, and I had some of those original questions, but I think actually this will actually benefit the county in the sense that we're not doing an hourly rate because we would not get the quality of a firm like McCarter and English. I believe with the amount of work that's going to be needed to be done, it's going to be well over $300,000 worth of work that this both executive director and everything that the firm brings with it, if this firm is to function properly, at least, and with the amount of issues that it's going to have to tackle and grapple with, there's a lot of work before it. So it actually helps us, I believe, to potentially save money in the long run to do it this way. And as has been said, since we were doing this for the first time, we're going to see how it goes, and judge it as based on the results of the work of this committee once it's up and running. So I think overall it was a very strong recommendation and one that I'm pleased to support. Do I have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Moved by Freeholder Siebold, second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebold. Yes. Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
President not voting.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Moving to resolution number 24. Okay, thank you. Moving to resolution number 25, which can read into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Director McGrath from the County Council's office is here to address this item.
Okay, sure.
Good evening, freeholders. Robin McGrath, Director of Labor Relations in the Office of County Council. I'm here to present a resolution for the Memorandum of Agreement between the County of Essex and Genesso at the Essex County Hospital Center for a memorandum of agreement from January 1st, 2018 through December 31st, 2019. This is a contract for 2 years with wage increases of 2.25 for 2018 and 2.25 for 2019. And also the memorandum of agreement includes language pertaining to Chapter 78 with additional language for procedural issues at the hospital center.
Okay. Mr. Parlavecchio?
Yeah, two questions. So obviously, this only runs through the next 2 weeks, and then you'll begin renegotiating for 2020 and forward?
That is correct. We have been in negotiations for 2 years with the professional nurses at the hospital center.
And are there retroactive payments to the members as a result of this agreement?
Yes, they would be retroactive payments, which is in line with the previous contracts that extended through December 31st, 2019 previously.
Thank you.
Mr. McInerney?
I have no questions.
Freeholders, additional questions or comments? Have a mover?
Move it.
Moved by Vice President Richardson, second by Freeholder Cooper. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Present, not voting.
Freeholder Mercado. Freeholder absent. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Sebo.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Moving to resolution 26.
County Council Gassion.
Thank you.
Courtney Gassion, Essex County Council. Resolution number 26 is a request for an approval of the list of qualified outside legal counsel. This is a contract that we come before the board for approval on every year. This is a RFQ that the Office of County Counsel puts out each November, requesting that qualified legal counsel licensed to practice law in the state of New Jersey respond with their qualifications and their intent to be placed on the County Council's RFQ list for potential legal service contracts throughout the calendar year. So this would run from January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. Attached to your packets is the qualified list. This year we had 26 responses from various law firms that are licensed to practice in the state of New Jersey, and all 26 are now on our RFQ list upon the approval of the board.
Can we also take 27 and read into the record at a later time?
Resolution 27 is similarly a request for approval of our RFQ list for licensed court reporters. Again, this is a contract we come to the board with each year. This is for court reporting services that are used by my office for depositions, hearings, and the like. This is the services that we require in any cases that are litigated matters. This year, we posted our RFQ in November and received 3 responses. All 3 of those firms that provide court reporting services are provided in your packet, and upon approval of the board, they'll be on our RFQ list. We do use the 3 responding agencies will be utilized on a rotating basis by my office. Would you like me to do 28 as well, Mr. President?
Why don't we take 28 as well?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 28 is request for approval of qualified licensed real estate appraisers. This is, again, an RFQ that the county puts out each November. This year, we received 4 responses by real estate appraisers that are licensed to do business in the state of New Jersey. This is also a service that is frequently utilized by our office in the event that we have real estate transactions, purchases or sales that would require appraisal services. And this list would, again, also be used on a rotating basis. And as I indicated, there were 4 respondents.
Okay. Mr. Parlavecchio?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate, as number 26 in the qualified outside legal counsel list, this simply pre-qualifies a group of people, a group of lawyers or law firms who have submitted their qualifications. And once, if and when they are selected to represent the county on a particular case or engagement, that contract will be drawn up and then a resolution will be brought back to the board for approval.
Okay. Mr. McInerney?
No questions.
Freeholders? Questions or comments?
I'll move it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Freeholder Diplomaris. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebel. Yes. Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to move to Resolution 29 through 30. We'll also take number 79, which we can read into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Director Ortiz is here to address these items, Mr. President.
Good evening, freeholders, Mr. President. Alfaro Ortiz, Director of the Essex County Correctional Facility. Item 29 involves the janitorial services contract for the Essex County Police Academy for the calendar year of January 2020 through December 31st, 2020, in the amount of $44,250. Request the passage of that particular request. And should I go on to 30?
Yes, please. Mr. President, 29 is also non-fair and open with Hudson County Community, a bid exempt based on a, I just lost my train of thought, an exempt company.
Number 30.
Workshop.
That's number
Couldn't think of the
29.
word.
Number
Sheltered
29.
workshop.
I'm sorry, number 29.
Sorry, Mr. President. What was that number, Mr. Coulter, that you just referred to? What?
29, which is a workshop for $44,250, a monthly payment of $3,687.50.
Thank you, sir.
Sheltered workshop. Couldn't think of the word.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
No problem. Let's take number 30.
Item 30, it's a request for the Acme uniform, give me 1 second here. I'm sorry, hang on a second. The Acme Supply Company, the lowest responsible bidder to furnish and deliver inmate uniforms for a 24-month agreement, not to exceed $275,000. We request this item for the clothing of those under our charge in order to fully clothe them and maintain them. And with me, I have the president of the Acme company, Mr. Zaire Sheik, who can speak on any item. Mr. Sheik.
Hi, my name is Zahir Sheikh, and I'm the president of Acme Supply. And we are happy to work with the county, and we appreciate the business. And we are in the business since 1992.
Can you speak into the mic?
Okay.
It's hard to hear.
We are in the business since 1992, serving different counties, and we have contract with DHS, over $800,000 for the same items.
Okay. We'll take number 79.
Alfaro Ortiz, Director, Essex County Correctional Facility again. Item 79 is the one-year contract for the consultant, Mr. Ronald Shansky, who comes in every other month for the purposes of reviewing our medical protocols and programs. And he provides us with his findings for corrections or any modifications that may be necessary in order to maintain our contract with the federal government. This is a necessary requirement that we continue on with Dr. Shansky in the amount of $30,000.
Thank you. Mr. Parlavecchio?
Just as to 79, I mentioned earlier the federal consent order that the correctional facility used to be under. Dr. Shansky, who is part of resolution number 79, was the court-appointed monitor for that jail for a lot of years, and during the transition into the new jail to make sure that it was up to speed, and he's still brought in on a less frequent basis, but as a consultant to the jail.
Okay. Mr. McInerney?
No questions.
Freeholders? 29, 30, and 79.
Motion.
Moved by Freeholder Cooper, second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to resolutions number 31 through 33. Mr. Jackson, we can read them into the record at a later time.
Mr. Coltrane.
This resolution is for $450.50 for ammunition, and the question had come why this is for specific ammunition for the deer hunt that is taking place at this particular time. And the reason it comes back is this is part of the requirements by the Freeholder Board for any ammunition or anything else related to guns.
$450. Is that correct?
Pardon?
I just want to make sure that that's correct in the resolution. It's $450?
Yes,
Okay.
$450.50.
50 cents. Okay.
Through you, Mr. President.
Yes.
I had the same question at leadership, why such a small amount, but it's specifically for the deer hunt, so.
The deer. Gotcha. Thank you, President. Let's do 32 and 33, please.
32 is New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety Emergency Management Performance Grant. We had originally inserted this money, but we weren't allowed to spend it because this was not passed at $55,000. It comes from the Office of Emergency Management. And it's regarding the EMA, Emergency Management Assistant Grant, for the Sheriff's Department of Emergency Management. And
Resolution 33
is, and on this past month, we declared an emergency for our Rapiscan, which is the metal detector and scanner, specifically for the front of the Hall of Records, which was not working, and the officers had to wand the people coming in, plus look into their bags. And this was an emergency to be repaired at this particular time, and in the future, we're going out for new equipment for this particular front entrance, but all the other entrances also.
Mr. Parlavecchio?
No questions.
Mr. McInerney?
No questions.
Freeholders?
So move, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Freeholder Pomares, second by Freeholder Cooper. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, moving to resolutions number 34 through 38. Parks and Recreation, we can read into the record at a later time.
Mr. Zates.
Joshua Zates, Essex County Parks. Resolutions number 34 and 35 are related in that 34 is a bit of housekeeping that we request the Freeholder Board approve in order to then authorize number 35, which is the authorization for salaries and wages out of the Recreation and Open Space Trust Fund for 2020 in the amount of $4,591,486. Mr. President, would you like me to go through all of them?
Yeah, let's move through all of them, please.
Sure. Number 36 is a $150,000 request from the Open Space Trust Fund. This is for various park improvements. Number 37 is a contract with Resurfax to provide parts and repair services for Zamboni ice resurfacing in the amount of $108,000. And number 38 is a contract award to Direct Waste Service to collect recyclable materials in the South Mountain Reservation Complex, as well as the Turtleback Zoo.
Mr. Parlavecchio.
No questions on that one.
Ms. McInerney.
The only point that I'll make is on resolution 14. That was put in place some time ago, though, so that the
I'm sorry,
Open
Ms. McInerney,
Space Trust Fund.
34 or 14?
I'm sorry, 34.
34, okay.
The Open Space Trust Fund wasn't used to offset or reduce the amount of appropriations that had to go into Parks and Recreation. So there's a computation done there and it complies. That's it. Other than that, I have no questions.
Okay. Just on Resolution 38, marketing of recyclable materials collected. Just explain that.
Joshua Zates, Essex County Parks. I think the word marketing is the problematic terminology for this contract. It's really just the collection of recyclables at the zoo, specifically glass, cans, paper, and plastic.
Okay. So just do the collection of them.
Correct. They collect the materials and they dispose of them.
Okay. Is this the same contractor that, do we do this for our other facilities?
Joshua Zates, Essex County Parks. We do use them for, I believe, garbage removal throughout the park system, not specifically for recyclables, but this would be for recyclables.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Jackson, this may be better directed towards the administration, but this is, my question was, so for our recyclables here in the Hall of Records, it's a separate contract or removal process?
That's correct, Mr. President.
Okay. Freeholder's additional questions or comments?
I'll move it.
Moved by Freeholder Siebold.
Second.
Second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper. Yes. Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado absent. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you and happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Thank you. 39, moving to 39 through 41, and also we're going to move to number 80, which we can read into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Ms. Pena is here to address these.
Hi, good evening, Freehold President and all the freeholders tonight. My name is Janet Pena. I'm representing Essex County Department of Public Works. Item number 39. Item 39 is to award Absolute Protective Systems to continue with the inspection, testing, and maintenance of fire extinguishers and hoses on all county facilities. Contract is from January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2021. It's not to exceed $30,921. This is to maintain all public county buildings. Can I proceed?
Yeah, let's work through 39 through 41 and number 80, and then we'll take them all
Sure,
together.
sir. Number 40 is Department of Public Works Engineering Award APS Contracting Incorporated to provide masonry work at various public works facilities. It's a 24-month contract, and it's not to exceed $614,200. This is for masonry works, which includes sidewalks, curbs, and steps, as needed basis. The representative from APS was here. Unfortunately, he had an emergency and he had to leave the Hall of Records. I just wanted to emphasize also we have good experience with them. APS has done numerous works with the Essex County. They have done the Sheriff's Building. They have done Rikers Hills Park. And they also have done the train house at the Turtleback Zoo. Number 41, again, my name is Janet Pena, representing Essex County DPW. Number 41 is a resolution consenting to the Township of Irvington deleting a total of 5 existing bus stop locations along Springfield Avenue. These bus stops are being eliminated due to their close proximity to other bus stops in the area. Number 80, my name is Janet from Essex County Department of Public Works. Number 80 is a contract with Cone Incorporated to provide specialized repair and specialized parts software for Cone elevators that are located in 320, 321 University Avenue in Newark, New Jersey. It is a 2-year contract and not to exceed $80,000.
Mr. Parlavecchio?
Yes. Ms. Pena, on number 40, the award to APS.
Yes.
I understand that's as needed, an as-needed type of contract. But are there any planned projects for that, for the masonry work, or is there a schedule of things that need to be repaired, every 5 years or so? You look at different steps or sidewalks? Or is it just as things break down or?
As of my knowledge, as of now, it's just as needed basis. It's no schedule as of now.
And just quickly, on number 80, 320, 321 University is the new building.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Mr. McInerney?
Both 39 and 40 are bid contracts. They go to the lowest responsible bid. That's my only comment.
Thank you. Freeholders, questions or comments?
I'll move, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Freeholder Palmaris, second by Freeholder Cooper. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Palmares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, moving to resolution number 43, Mr. Jackson.
42.
42.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
That's-
skipped
that's-
42, apologize. We can do 42, excuse me, resolution 42, which we can read into the record at a later time. Mr. Jackson.
Excuse me, Mr. Hunt, our CIO, is here to address this item.
40.
Carl Hunt, Chief Information Officer. Number 42 is for the Division of Family Assistance. It's to replace 770 PC plus software for $1.1 million. This is 100% fund granted, but we have to first foot the bill, and then the state will give us the 1.1 million back.
Okay. Mr. Parlavecchio.
No questions.
Mr. McInerney.
The certification of funds indicates this is coming out of the current fund budget?
Yes, it
And
is.
then it'll be
And
reimbursed
then it will be reimbursed, correct,
with a grant?
with a grant from the state.
Well, then I would assume it would be under grant funding under the certification of funds as opposed to current budget.
Well, it has to, we first have to pay for it out of our current budget, and then it will be refunded to us, reimbursed.
Yeah, you might be right about that, but.
Yeah, okay, we can, okay, thanks.
Okay, freeholders.
Motion. Second.
Moved by Freeholder Cooper, second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Palmares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Moving to resolution number 43, Mr. Jackson. We can read into the record at a later time.
Actually, this is your contract, Mr. President.
This is both of ours,
It's
right?
both of us, but,
Oh, combination?
It's a combination.
So who should speak to it then?
yeah, it's, I'm happy to do it. It's a one,
Thank you.
it's a one-year agreement with Gunning Friesen, who's our sole respondent on this one, publicly advertised RFP in an amount not to exceed $60,000. And this is the same person as last time and the same amount.
Okay. Mr. Parlavecchio?
On 43?
43.
No questions.
Mr.
No
McInerney?
question, no questions.
We've all seen it.
I'll move it.
Moved by Freeholder Siebold.
Second.
Second by
Chorus of people.
Freeholder,
Pick one.
Freeholder Pomeroy. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper. Yes. Freeholder Graham. Yes. Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Moving to resolution number 44, can read into the record at a later time. Madam Clerk, do you want to speak to 44? Or
Yes.
Mr. Parlavecchio?
I can do it.
Okay.
44 and 45 are similar.
Okay, we'll take 45 as well, read into the record at a later time.
Purchasing publicly advertised for proposals in 44 for recording and transcription services. That was awarded to Audio Digital Transcription Services, who's been a longtime provider for the Freeholder Board, providing our transcripts and recording when we are off-site. 45, also a contract that was advertised for an RFP. The proposal, successful proposers, Golden Star Video. I see our vendor here in the corner, can wave for everybody. Again, Golden Star is the longtime provider for the video services, video recording services for this board and for all meetings and events. And that's in the amount of $55,000. Audio Digital is $50,000.
I'll move it.
Okay. Moved by Freeholder Siebold, second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper. Yes. Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Madam Clerk, going to move to resolutions 46 through 49, which are the Office of the Prosecutor.
Mr. President, 46 is a participation for the prosecutor's office in the amount of $292,826,000. It's housekeeping, and it's a budget insertion that already has been approved. 47 is the same for the prosecutor, approving participation with the state of New Jersey federal grant in the amount of $33,713. 48 is another one for the prosecutor in the amount of operating Helping Hands grant program for $100,000. 49 is the Office of the Prosecutor again in the amount of $250,000, and it's a program administered by the Office of the Insurance Fraud Unit of the Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, Mr. Parlavecchio.
I don't have questions on these. There are 3 grants and then participating in a reimbursement program.
Okay. Fairly straightforward. Mr. McInerney.
No, that's fine. That's exactly what they are, the little grants.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McInerney. Freeholders, questions or comments?
I'll move, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Freeholder Pomeroy, second by Freeholder Cooper. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson. Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Moving to resolutions 50 through 52, Office of Purchasing. We can read them into the record at a later time.
Mr. President, resolution number 50 was a bid. We had 6 bidders received out of 26 potential, and it is for bedding and linens, predominantly for the hospital center and for the jail, not to exceed $250,000. 51 is the Office of Purchasing to participate in the Union County Co-op, which is a pricing system which allows us to buy services, predominantly phone services and other things that they provide for a 5-year period. And 52 is the omnibus that allows us to buy from the state contract various co-ops that we don't have to come back to bid for each particular service that we provide various departments.
So that'd be for next, so that's for 2020. Okay. That's for number 52 is covering, we're taking this action today to cover
6 months.
A 6-month period,
First 6
yes.
months of the year. Okay.
We'll be back in June to do the rest of the year.
Okay,
And this is for 2020.
okay. Mr. Parlavecchio?
Yeah, Mr. Coltry, on 51, the Union County Cooperative, is there a cost for participation in that?
I will let you know in a second. No, there is not.
Stage left helped you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McInerney?
No questions.
Freeholders? Freeholder Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we wait to vote on item 52 until Mr. Jackson is back in the room? I have a question for him in reference to that item.
I don't know if he's coming back. You're more than welcome to present the question.
A couple months back during a committee meeting, I think it was affirmative action, Mr. Jackson talked about some options that the administration, activities and things that the administration was working on to get more diversity among vendors and participation with goods and services. So I was wondering, can you hear me? So I was wondering, have you guys implemented any, he had some ideas, I don't recall that he shared them with us specifically at the committee meeting, but have you guys implemented any things to help get some more diversity around the vendors related to the goods and services procurement?
Well, some of them we look through to see if we can get an MBE, a WBE during participation. Last year, I know our particular vendor for phone services was a WBE, so that was significant in the amount of money we spent for that particular service.
How much was it, do you recall?
In excess of probably 500,000.
Can you provide us with the breakdown for the, I think your memo attached to this resolution talked about to date that you've spent about $14 million on goods and services. Can you provide us with the breakdown with the categories like of the WMBs and the other category, how much was spent with those kinds of vendors versus the others?
I believe in with the new system we can do that. If you give me a second. Carl, are we breaking it down? We'll come back up.
Carl Hunt, Chief Information Officer. Yes, we are in the process of breaking it down right now for both women, minority, and veterans.
What's your timeline for being complete with that report?
We should have that report ready in January.
So by the end of January, we
Yes.
can expect a report?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Freeholders. My name is Samuel Paraki, Director of Small Business and Affirmative Action. That information is going to be part of our annual report. The last time we met, we gave you, I think, our third quarter report. So all that information is going to be included. That is going to have the breakdown, goods and services, construction, and all of those services. So that's where you're going to be able to get the detailed information. And we're also going to be here to present, so if you have any other questions, we can, we can answer them for you.
Thank you.
Freeholders, additional questions or comments?
I'll move, Mr. President.
Moved by Freeholder Ramirez. A second. This is resolutions, excuse me, 50, 51, and 52. Do we have a second?
Second.
Did you need a second?
We do need a second. Freeholder Siebel, second. So moved by Freeholder Primaris, second by Freeholder Siebel. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving to resolutions 53 through 77. I'm sorry, 53 through 76.
I have a question.
Yes, Freeholder Siebel?
Thank you. It may be too late, but if it's not, I'd like to be included on 60, 64, and 66.
Oh, no objection.
They may have been distributed already.
Mr. President, I was at the event for 60 that was distributed already.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, so it was 66.
Yeah, all right. And 64, I think, too. Yes. All right, thank you.
Okay. Resolutions
We have to go back to 15 and 16.
53 through 76. We're reading the record at a later time.
15 and 16 also, I don't think we did those.
I'm sorry?
15 and 16,
And 81.
do we do it?
No, we did
did
not.
not
And
do
we also have to do 81.
We did not,
No.
but we can, so we'll come back to those. So let's take
Right.
53 through 76.
I'll move, Mr. President.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Freeholder Primaris, second by Vice President Richardson. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado. Absent Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving to resolution number 77. I have a question that, the reorganization meeting, I have a question on 77, trying to make sure. It says on this document, Wednesday, January 7th. Is it Tuesday or Wednesday? Tuesday.
It's Tuesday,
Okay.
so
Tuesday.
we have to correct it.
Okay.
Mr. President, we also have to do resolution number 81.
Yep. Okay. We'll be here, we're not going anywhere. Any comments or questions about resolution number 77? Just for the freeholders, our first meeting is Tuesday, January 7th, in the new year, not Wednesday. So just mark your calendars, please.
Motion.
Moved by Freeholder Cooper.
Second.
Second by Vice President Richardson. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebel. Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay. Moving to resolution number, let's take 81.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a technical assistance.
No problem.
President, he started moonwalking
Bad. It's the holidays, didn't want to do that to him.
Good evening again. Samuel Opariki, Director, Office of Small Business and Affirmative Action. This is a contract award to University of Minnesota to provide subject matter expert and technical support service for 2019-2020 county disparity study in the amount not to exceed $45,000.
Mr. Barlecchio?
No questions.
McInerney?
No questions.
Freeholders? Vice President Richardson?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm happy that we finally got this contract signed. I know it was kind of a struggle to get the university and to get the professor to sign on. You know, the back and forth with the email. I'm glad it's done. I'm happy to see that it's going forward. And I think when it's all said and done, there's going to be some more economic inclusion for Essex County residents and for Essex County minority business participation. I see that coming. So I'm happy that we're moving forward with this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Freeholder Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. President. I too am excited to see this resolution before us this evening, to have this service moved. My only question is, why are we using someone from the University of Minnesota?
Well, part of the two reasons. The first reason is, again, there are two parts to this. The last time we did this was in 2005. That was about almost 15 years ago. So we needed some expertise to put the RFP together to get the request. And then, you know, so if you are the consultant that does the RFP, you cannot also apply to actually conduct the study. And the last study was done by the University of Minnesota. Unfortunately, unfortunately this time they're not doing it anymore. So we decided that we're going to use them as subject matter experts, and then hopefully, you know, the college, maybe the Rutgerses and some of the colleges around here can apply to actually conduct a real study.
So this is just for them to draft
The RFP.
RFP?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that part wasn't clear when I was reading the memo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Freeholder Cooper. I have the same actual question, so that was helpful. So there's still a potential opportunity for whoever responds to the RFP to be from the state of New Jersey, or perhaps even located in Essex County?
Yes.
Okay. Vice President Richardson?
One other question. So how long do you foresee that process being in terms of getting the RFP out?
Right now, I can't guess. The entire process is probably going to take between 18 to 24 months. So we're waiting for this contract to be over with. So hopefully, by the end of the week, you know, I'm going to be meeting with the county administrator, the county council, and some folks to kind of start, you know, putting some of the structure together, and then we can start.
So let me see if I understand this. You said it's going to take 18 to 24 months
For the
to
entire
write the RFP?
No, for the entire process.
For the entire
The
process.
RFP.
So my question was, how long do you foresee it taking for the RFP to be written and put out for folks to respond? That was my question.
That's a question that we have to ask the consultants. I mean, as I stand here, I really cannot guess to answer that question, but it's something that we can definitely get back to you.
18 to 24 months starting from January 1st?
No, I think starting from today, actually, if we get it
Starting from today?
approved. Yes, sir.
Freeholder Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. President. To piggyback off of Freeholder Richardson's question, 18 to 24 months is the entire process to write the RFP, advertise it, and get the report back completed?
Mr. President, through you, everything completed in 18 and 24. And the writing of the RFP. And, you know, I don't know how long it's going to take, but that's something that I don't think should take that much time. Now, our process is really conducting the study itself, going through the process of reviewing it, and then putting out a report and getting the study back.
So I'm curious, because 24 months is about 2 years, a year and a half to 2 years for them to study all of this. What will you do in the interim to improve the numbers based upon the last committee meetings that we had? The numbers were kind of low. So in the interim, it's gonna take a year and a half to almost 2 years to tell us what some of the issues are. What in the interim?
Well, Mr. President, through you, I think we've made some tremendous strides. You know, I would admit that in terms of some of the numbers, they're not where we want them to be. But again, you know, it takes, you know, consistency with that. There's a lot of that. I can sit here and give you numerous amount of reasons why the numbers fluctuate. It's not something that is standard. I mean, if you see it like this year, for instance, professional service was higher than last year. Goods and services was lower than last year. Construction and subcontract higher than last year. So these numbers fluctuate based on what the needs are and the, you know, candidates that are qualified to apply for these things. So we continue to make the best effort that we can. Those are things that we continue to work on. The county administrator is, you know, I meet with him on a regular basis, and, you know, we continue to find ways to improve those numbers. So it's not for lack of effort.
What budget are you anticipating to allocate for this study?
That's a question that I defer to the administrator.
It will come out of my other county administrator's budget.
What do you estimate? $100,000?
No,
Based upon the last study that you did?
I wouldn't want to say because it impacts what people are
That's right, because you're gonna put this out.
But I would say multiples of that.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. President, could you define tremendous strides for me? What these are?
Well, again, I've been here going on 2 years.
Right.
And when I say tremendous stride, that means that in terms of, again, you can't just look at one aspect of it. Yes, the numbers are very, very important, but you know, to get, you know, minorities to be able to get to that, they have to qualify, they have to be certified. There's a process that you go through. When I came in, there was, 65 minority business folks. Today, there's 625. So, I mean, we continue. You know, when I first got here, there was, maybe 6 sessions a year. Now we're up to 12 or 15. All of those things, you know, together are things that we do to prepare minority folks and women to be able to compete for contracts. So it's not just one aspect of that. It's a cumulative effect of all the efforts that we're putting in. So
through you, Mr. President, so now you have 625 small businesses and minority businesses.
Women, veterans.
Veterans. So how many out of that 625 are getting contracts?
Off the top of my head, that's information that I cannot give you right now. But again, that's information, like I just said, that is going to be included in our report. And if you want a report prior to that, that's something that we could get for you. It's not, I mean, we have the systems right now that we are able to, you know, kind of get those numbers pretty quickly.
Sure, I'd like to get it as soon as possible. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I'm sorry, Freeholder Richardson, are you? Okay, thank you. So this past week, well, 2 weeks, I got beat up by 3 constituents between being in Newark, Orange, and East Orange. So I need you, if you can, help me to provide an answer back to them. One of their responses were, according to them and their observations, each time they had to come downtown and look, you know, across the street or come in here to do business with the county, each time they had gone past the construction site out there with the parking deck, they said they didn't really see many women. They didn't really see what, you know, their term, I'm going to say minority. They didn't see very many darker complected faces working. They used much more harsher words than that, so I'm trying to be kind. So their question to me was, how many veterans, minority, women subcontractors is working on that job? And I told them off the top of my head, I did not know, but I would get them an answer. So could you please get me an answer for that so that I can give it back to them?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Those additional questions or comments? Do you have a motion?
I'll move, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Freeholder Palmer, second by Freeholder Cooper. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay. 78. We didn't take 78. Can read into the record at a later time.
Which one was that?
Mr. Jackson.
Oh, yes, Mr. President. This is through the Office of the Governor, the county was received a grant of $417,000 to assist with the marketing and the participation rate of Essex County in the federal census. These monies are going to be used to do advertising as well as to do some specific grants to municipalities to aid in their efforts to get more participation of our residents in the United States Census for 2020.
Mr. Parlavecchio.
No questions.
Mr. McInerney.
No questions.
Freeholders. Mr. Jackson, is this in place of, or is this the same program? Maybe this was discussed at the leadership meeting, so if it was, I apologize, but there's a separate grant program out there right now that I know that at least I've received information that the county's not participating in as it relates to the census. A state grant program that we, and this information may be incorrect, that we were not applying for this particular grant. Is that this
I don't
grant?
believe, we're
Okay.
not, at least I'm not aware, Mr. President, of another grant.
program.
I think it was $2 million that was allocated from the governor's office, and depending upon population and size, and
Okay.
counties that have harder to reach populations were given additional dollars, so we certainly, qualify in that regard. So some of the larger counties got bigger sums and others did not, but I'm not aware of another program.
Of a separate
But,
program
we'll-
that the county's not participating in. Okay, I'm gonna do
Certainly
some more.
we can investigate that,
Yeah,
but
well,
I'm not
and I'll
aware.
do some investigation, sure, absolutely. So would this money then be redistributed, so the county money on public information, is that, we're gonna spend that money internally with is the in-house staff gonna execute on that, or are we gonna be then?
It will be a hybrid program, Mr. President.
Okay.
We will have some resources that we will dedicate in-house. There'll be an individual identified who will go and work with our 22 municipalities to help
Okay.
with the outreach. But also, we intend to deal with it almost like the CDBG program, where we have some dollars that are more centrally controlled, but more going out to the individual municipalities to support the efforts that they're doing now to do outreach. So which we believe is like a shot in the arm for all 22 municipalities.
Right, okay. Mr. Parlavecchio?
No questions.
Mr. McInerney?
No questions.
Freeholders? Additional questions or comments? Do you have a mover?
Motion. Second.
Moved by Freeholder Cooper, second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, going back to resolutions, I believe 15 and 16, which we can read into the record at a later time.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, traditionally, we, at the end of the year, we have moving money around to some degree with transfers, and this is just typically that. Transferring out $5,294,300 from 3 accounts and placing them into a number of accounts in the same amount to cover unforeseen expenses in various categories, ranging from salary and wages in the sheriff's office, correctional services expenses, much of which came from some of the changes that we made there with food and legal expenses and some other things. Those are pretty much the major categories. And also Parks and Recreation, we have some other expenses for snow and to cover those expenses. So this is what I would just traditionally do at the end of the year.
Okay. Mr. McInerney?
Yes, as we know, the annual budget is an estimate, so it's not in stone what exactly we're going to be expended at every line item. In this case here, there was an under expenditure of significant amount in our group insurance health plan, which is going to fund the larger expenditures in areas of greater need, which was the Sheriff's Department salary and wages, and the correctional facility other expenses. This is to make sure that we make these transfers by year end so that these line items are not over expended in the annual budget.
Okay. Mr. Parlecchio?
No additional questions.
Freeholders, additional questions or comments? Resolution are 15 and 16. Do I have a mover and a
16
second?
we have to do.
I'm sorry, we gotta take them separately.
Just
Oh,
16.
15, this is,
It's different.
they were both, oh, they were different, okay.
Would you like me to do 16, Mr.
Let's do
President?
16.
Also, too, we are canceling certain capital improvement appropriation balances that have been lingering for a while, and ranging from $137 to $141,000, depending upon the project. There are 7 projects that are balances are being canceled, and a loan receivable is also being canceled as part of this resolution.
Okay. Mr. McInerney?
Mr. President, these are projects, capital projects where monies were under expended, where we didn't expend all the money that was authorized and funded, and as a result, we get to cancel that. That cancellation will go into capital surplus.
Mr. Parlecchio?
No questions.
Freeholder Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Jackson, the $3.4 million DOT receivable, so did we not do the project? Like, we didn't get the money? What does that, the DOT $3.4 million loan receivable?
I will give you more information on that, but we did do the project, but I think we received funds, and I'll have to give you more details on that.
All right, thank you.
Additional questions or comments, freeholders? Do I have a mover and a second?
Motion. Second.
Moved by Freeholder Cooper, second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Sebo.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Moving to resolution number 82. We can read into the record at a later time. Freeholder Siebold?
I'll move it.
Okay.
This is a resolution that I've been working on with the Essex County Environmental Commission. And they're very much foreseeing all the towns pass regulations, and I'd like to see the county do it too.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Yep.
I'd like to second that, and if I may add as well, just as a reminder, earlier this year at the Bloomfield meeting, we heard from a young lady named Braden Summers. I believe she's about 5th or 6th grade. Forgive me if I get the date up. And she came and she had shared with us upon our invitation, or my invitation, to come and share with us the findings of the results that she had concluded from her survey. And she had done an online survey with her parents' permission, and she had surveyed how many single-use bags were used in local businesses and such, and it was quite a staggering number. And her presentation, I know, made an impression, and I'm sure you recall the young lady who came by. It was very encouraging, and I think it's very important that we support this resolution as the bigger effort, of course, what we can do in our towns or our counties, and by association with this, endorse the state's policy to ban the use of single-use plastics. And I think the fact that when someone in 5th and 6th grade comes very well prepared and documented, it clearly sent the message to us, and I'm very proud to be able to second this, and I thank our freeholder colleague Pat Siebel for bringing this forward and encourage everyone to endorse it.
If I could just add, there are many towns in Essex County that are already doing this, and so the encouragement is for Essex County to be in the forefront and supporting the state, so the state will enact this legislation, and then it will be throughout the state.
Thank you. Freeholders.
I'll move it.
Way to move her in a second. Just to say on the record, I fully support this. Unfortunately, I cannot vote for it. I'm doing some advocacy on this bill, so I support the initiative, but please don't take my vote as anything other than.
No offense taken.
I understand what you're saying.
So I have to vote present, not voting, but I fully support the bill. So and your efforts.
Why can't?
Because I'm doing advocacy on behalf of the bill, so.
Okay.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder Vice President Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Pomares.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent. Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Present, not voting.
So moved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving to reports of board committees. Legislative reports. Written communication. Unfinished business. New business. Yeah, I think you're excused, yeah. It's two demerits. Let's see. Public comment.
Good evening. As Cat Lady representative of New Jersey, I'm kind of upset with the committee that's Chairperson Cooper is in charge of for the Community Cats Committee. I was informed through the grapevine that there was some money that was provided in the budget from the AHS, and I've been trying to find out who, what, where, and I'm on the committee. Furthermore, I have 20 cats right now on West Civic Square and Tremont Street that needs to be trapped, neutered, and returned. We had a cat and 3 kittens on West Civic Square and also on Tremont Street in Irvington that had to be rescued, and people had to get into the budget to be able to neuter them and spade them. I'm confused. I would like to get some answers. I have been texting various names in this Essex County position. I asked for Cooper, Chairperson Cooper, if we could have another meeting or a private meeting. The answer I got back was she had to get back to the administration to discuss any other future business. That's what I got. I'm frustrated because let me tell you something. You, Essex County, putting it first, have been the goal, and also the eyes are on the prize of you because you have been the bold one to present the community cats to do something. Now, in New Jersey, everybody is starting to get aboard because of you, because of your foreseeing of that changes must be done. I'm upset. That's why I can't think too well, because I've been reaching out to the president with texting. I'm confused. Reached out to the chairperson. I'm confused. Where are we going? Look it. They stated December the 1st to December 31st. It's over. Huh? These cats need to be done. Who's doing it? They gave me a name. She never answered me. I'm confused. Are we working as a team, or is this just in confusion of who, what, where? I really mean that. I'm very disappointed because I had faith in you, and I thought that really you wanted to make changes for these community cats. If I showed you pictures of what these cats are going through, and don't forget winter's coming. They're talking about ice. How about these frozen cats that you're going to find dead? Or frozen paws, that their paws are cut off and you have to put on prosthetics. Nobody wants to listen to this. They are souls. They are living creatures. They are in your community, every one of you. Who's going to make the difference? Who's going to join the team to make sure New Jersey is number one? Thank you. My time has always been up, but that's beside the point. As they say, in every land there's a way of saying, Joyeux Noel, Feliz Navidad. The season of Christmas is to give, but it should be 365 days. I know my time is up. I'm sitting.
Sure, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me just say that Ms. Gala is a relentless advocate, and she and I have exchanged emails. We have allocated $5,000 for the remainder of the 2019 year to the American Humane Society to supplement, per their request, to supplement their efforts to do these procedures. And then we are working on an arrangement for the 2020, an amount, I think it's about $20,000, a little bit more for that, for the same effort for the next year, consistent with what we met with the committee. We have, to Ms. Gow's point, we have been less than impressed to date with their responsiveness on this issue, because we did expect more procedures to be done, and it may be a gearing up process on their part, but this is really us supplementing to some degree activity that they're already doing. But I will make the commitment to the board and to Ms. Gallo that we'll, tomorrow, we'll get a conference with American Humane, and they have sometimes not been as responsive as we'd like, even to get the agreement done. But we will press on them tomorrow, first thing tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rob Slater, Essex County Sheriff's PPA Local 183. I represent the Essex County Sheriff's Officers. I'm here tonight asking for support of our Essex County Sheriff's K-9 unit. The sheriffs announced last Tuesday to disband that unit. Clearly, I came in a good night. You have the wallets open. We talked about a lot of spending this evening, a lot of extra money. The sheriffs made the statement that this is due to budgetary concerns. It's clearly not budgetary concerns. We've been engaged in a lawsuit for over 2 years. The county's been sued since early 2000 under Fair Labor Standards Act. The county's never complied to pay the officers in accordance with the Fair Labor Standards Act. That's why we're here tonight. I'm sure everyone's aware of what took place yesterday in Jersey City and the need for these resources. Our SWAT team, bomb squad, and 3 of our canine handlers were in Jersey City yesterday. They're here tonight. They'll tell you some of that. But the canine's been in existence since 1987. It's a service that's provided at the county level in every county throughout the state. And now we're going to take that valuable resource from the residents of Essex County. The canine is a necessity, not a luxury. The animals at the zoo in West Orange, they're a luxury. These are a necessity to save lives and save officers' lives. I'll let someone else speak at this time. Here's a copy of the sheriff's order, because we've been accused of making slanderous statements. The words are in here in the sheriff's order. Here's the flyers that were handed out on behalf of the PBA in support of our unit. We have over 10,000 signatures from the residents of Essex County asking for this to be kept open. Hopefully, with the money that was left over from these county budgets and projects that were incomplete, could be used to support the canine unit. You got me? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Valerie Palma Di Luisi. My partner Nicholas Palma and I represent PBA Local 183 and the Canine Handlers. I'm going to give you a quick recap of the county, canines, and the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act, known as the FLSA. A number of years ago, a retired officer filed a lawsuit under the FLSA because the county was failing to pay for care and maintenance of his canine as was required by the federal law, and still is. The county lost, the handler got paid, and nothing changed. The Essex County Corrections Officers' canine handlers sued for the same thing. The county then retaliated against the officers by disbanding the corrections canine unit. Despite that, the county still had to pay the handlers for care and maintenance work they had already performed as of the date that the unit was disbanded. Then, retired canine Sheriff's Detective Dean Galluccio filed a lawsuit against the county for care and maintenance of his canine. Sheriff Fontoura retaliated by forcing the handlers to no longer transport their canines in their county-issued vehicles back and forth to work. Those vehicles have certain safety regulations in them. They have steel cages for the dogs, temperature alarms, and the like, and they weren't allowed to use those vehicles anymore to transport the dogs to and from work once Dean Galluccio filed his lawsuit. PBA President Robert Slater tried to have a sit-down civil discussion about this with Sheriff Fontoura, and Sheriff Fontoura refused. Sheriff Fontoura at that point also started refusing to allow handlers to attend training in accordance with the Attorney General requirements, and he stopped having the training agility course at the unit maintained. PBA Local 183 and the handlers then had to file the 5th and 6th lawsuits of their kind. The sheriff then began retaliating against the handlers individually and the canine unit as a whole. That forced the PBA and the handlers to amend their lawsuit to include retaliation claims. And at that point, Sheriff Fontoura entered the general order that was just handed up by President Slater, wherein he said he would euthanize the dogs if the handlers didn't agree to pay for the lifetime care and maintenance. Sheriff Fontoura is trying to walk back that order now verbally and say, no, we're not really going to kill the dogs, but nothing is in writing saying that. The only thing in writing is the general order, which Rob Slater handed to you. This is not slander. This is the absolute truth. It is this board's job to be the last line of defense to the people of Essex County. We need this canine unit, and you need to stop Sheriff Fontoura. This is retaliatory, not budgetary, and it is your job to act. Thank you.
My name is Nicholas Palma. I'm the junior partner to the young lady who just spoke. Our office, there are 5 police unions in Essex County. 4 are PBA, 1 is FOP. We represent the 4 PBA, and another person represents the FOP. Combined, there are 1,100 officers in these 5 unions. These officers, 90% or so, reside in Essex County. These officers look at this board to see how you vote on all issues, but especially on law enforcement issues. And this canine is of paramount importance to them. Those 1,100 officers have spouses, cousins, aunts, uncles, siblings, friends, Romans, countrymen. They are a massive voting bloc. They are going to look to see what this board does on this issue. Yesterday, in the morning, the canine unit found 2 kilos of coke. In the afternoon, 3 of them were in Jersey City. On October 30th, there was an 85-year-old woman, obviously with issues, wandered off from her home. Her family was frantic on where she was and what she was doing. It was a freezing night. She was only wearing a nightgown. One of our canine officers found her lying in the mud next to a railroad track, saving her life. Sheriff Fontoura wants to say that he has a shared service agreement. I don't think this board has voted on one yet, and he's disbanding this unit as of December 31st. Who's going to be our canine handlers as of January 1st? If there's a bomb in a school, a church, this building, Newark Airport, where's our canine officers going to be? Hopefully somebody from Morris County shows up, driving 30, 40, 50 miles to get here, if they're not in their own emergency. That's how we're going to run this county? I think this board could do a better job of it. I don't know what job this photographer you just voted for $60,000 does, but I think $35,000 is a necessity for these canine officers. $35,000, 4 cents per taxpayer per year in this county. And the sheriff wants to disband it. It's not budgetary, as my partner said, it's retaliatory. And I don't think this county should stand for it. Our county citizens deserve better. Thank you.
Carmelo Vinci, representative Essex County Sheriff K-9. This is Chex. This is my best friend. 7 years old. He's dedicated his whole life to helping out and making sure that the residents of this county are safe. I've dedicated 7 years of my life. I get to have him for 10 years of my life, because their lifespan is 10 years. But he's gonna, his life, his whole life is gonna be with me. Please don't leave him out of a job. Thank you.
Good evening, folks. My name is Marisol Pagan. I'm a sheriff officer with Essex County Sheriff. I was recently removed from the K-9 unit in September of this year as a part of a retaliation due to our lawsuit. This is my partner, one of the two, K-9 Mac. He's been my partner for over 9 years. And I was removed from the unit without cause, no reason, just removed and reassigned. They refused my training for the past year. I'm also a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, and I seek my own training because the sheriff refused to send me to training with no reason. Everything went unanswered, or the response that I got was not at this time. As a veteran, I qualified for programs to be trained with my K-9 to be certified, and that was also refused and also unanswered. And this went on for almost 2 years. I came to my PBA president 2 years ago in regards to this lawsuit, so that change can be made, because it's been over 17 years and no change. So all we wanted was something fair for our unit. We asked you to please save our unit and to help us with our K-9. They've been my partner for 9 years, and it's not fair that they served this county for 9 years, and they're gonna be retired, and the only option we got is euthanize them and not provide them with health insurance and help us with their lifespan that they have left. They're not here for long, but they deserve that. Thank you, folks.
My name is Mike Tessay. I'm also a member of the K-9 unit.
Squeeze
I
up the handle.
My name is Mike Tessay. I'm also a member of the K-9 unit. I have a bloodhound. His name is Joe. He was the one that the other person was just talking about. He located the 85-year-old missing female in Belleville in October. He was also responsible a couple days ago for aiding East Orange in a shooting investigation. It was this past weekend. To take that type of resource off the streets, the county taking that type of resource off the streets, just doesn't make sense. Like I said, he's been in service with me for almost 8 years. He's a valuable resource. He's capable. He still has fun and plays and enjoys his work. And to stop him from doing that just doesn't make sense. Also, I know all these other people here will also say the same thing. The canine handlers, we have a bond with these dogs, and their whole life is to please us. You know, they don't go to the movies, they don't talk on the phone. We are their life. And by the county shutting down the unit, we're almost taking we are taking that dog's purpose away from them. And I know in my case, my wife works full-time, I'll be reassigned. So unfortunately, Joe, my bloodhound, he's gonna be home by himself all day, and most likely crated for most of that day. And he's not gonna have that purpose anymore. And again, it just does not make sense to take a dog that has a purpose, successfully does his job, enjoys it, you know, to take that away from him and stop that just doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
My name is Rob Sutton. I'm the only narcotics handler for the county. My dog has one purpose, and that's to keep this poison out of our children's hands. That's the only thing he does. Doesn't matter about the arrests or the prosecutions. I'm a parent. I don't want my son to come upon this stuff. And every time, just like yesterday with the 2 kilos that were mentioned before, that's less chance that any of our kids are going to fall victim to this poison. So all I ask, practice what you preach. Put Essex County first. Thank you.
Good evening, Donna Jackson. Let me just say this, guys. Y'all better pay attention. These dogs had to run from this building right across the street to the school. One incident on the Brownie drug bust, and the second one on a gun in the building. I know y'all want to talk about it. County Vocational School, Sheriff Ventura, duh. They had to respond to Ivy Street School, where there was a kid in there who had supposedly a gun, but he had 2 clips of ammo. Who found it? The dogs. Because that's what they do. You can't replace that family's comfort in finding an 85-year-old in Belleville. You can't replace it. And with the amount of missing Alzheimer's elders that have been missing in Essex County alone in the last 2 years, y'all better get with it. This is not needed. How much money they bringing in from the drug bust? That's enough to pay for their food. Y'all could be sending them to the groomer. I know you're not. You could be doing a lot of stuff for them that we're not doing. How much money are the dogs generating? How many lives are they saving? Is it worth it? Now, let me get to the disparity study for you. It's not going to show nothing. Ain't nobody getting no contracts at this county. It's been this way for 30 years. They did another disparity study 20 years before this one. It's not going to change. It's the game. We don't eat in here. Y'all sit there so they can say they have a few minority faces, and they're not putting us in to make no money. Let's be clear about that. And it's not going to change because ain't nobody rocking the boat. Now, we talk about eliminating county government, which I think we should do, because it's nothing but a waste of money coming down from the state to the local level. But now, you guys are in bed with this last service line contract that you thought was good, but guess what's on the other end of that? Shared county services. Y'all want to take over North Police Department. And I guess with 225 of their fellow officers retiring on January 15th, you better keep them dogs. You better get 8 more. Because what's getting ready to happen, y'all ain't ready for. And I know y'all don't even know it because you didn't read the 287 pages agreement for the last service line because you don't read. But guess what? Inside that contract is the consolidation of Essex County Police with Newark. It's in there. I read it.
30
and that's
seconds.
what Joe wants to do. Now, lastly, let me talk about homeless and your senior services. TRA payments still not being made. You're creating homelessness. When you going to do your homeless assessment? You spending all this money for the census, ain't going to be nobody there. You better go on the street. You better go in these apartments and count the families that are living doubled and tripled up. And then when you got a kid, they got a bag of drugs, who you going to send in to find it? Because you got 40 and 50 bags of clothes in these apartments because families living on top of each other.
Time's up.
You need the K-9 unit. Keep them. Fight for something. Y'all keep yes, 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 everything. You better tell Joe who the boss is. You're supposed to run it.
Good evening. My name is Steve Salvatoriello. I'm a former member of the K-9 unit at the Sheriff's Office. The unit's been around for over 30 years. We provide an invaluable service to the county. We provide a service for the county that the towns can't afford to do themselves, and it doesn't make sense for them to do it themselves. In the time that the unit has been in existence, we've recovered numerous guns, numerous drugs, found numerous children, Alzheimer's people, and criminals with the dogs. It's a service that the county needs. You can't wait for another county to come and do the job that we should be doing ourselves. Today's climate does not permit it. We're always in the schools, bomb threats, security searches. This is something that you can't afford to mess around with. Last year, we did over 1,200 calls. The numbers speak for themselves. Please consider keeping the K-9 unit. Thank you.
I was waiting. I thought you had something to say to me. I thought you had something to say to me that I couldn't speak. You said she spoke the last meeting for the public session. I'm allowed to speak? Okay. Okay, so obviously the vote didn't go my
Name
way.
for
This
the
is
record,
Stacy
please.
Gregg from Rockaway. Because I feel it's a false committee, task force that you all signed on to as a favor to Joey D. and whoever else is going to make money off of this task force. As soon as everybody left, you went and gave the lawyers always got to get paid. You got to make them money. $300,000 for the lawyers to oversee a task force. Well, it looks like there'll be a lot of lawsuits generated because of that bogus task force, and it's all on you. Somebody texted me to ask you guys, you gave $750,000 for the attorneys to help the people over in the concentration camp, over in your Essex, facility, but you just gave the attorneys $300,000. I guess I'll have to open those. He's recording me. Why? I want to know why. Why would you give almost half of what you gave for the attorneys to help the people try to fight their cases that are in that jail under the ICE contract? And you went and you gave him $300,000 more. Now, I want to know, I've got 1 minute and 40 seconds. I would like to know who ordered the zip ties. I want an investigation, and who ordered that display of intimidation at that last Maplewood meeting that the mayor had to talk out about. I'd like to know who has oversight, who has gone in 2019. Which of you freeholders actually went on a monthly basis and did your duty and had oversight over what was going on after all those horrendous reports came in about the mold and everything else that was happening, and about the company that was in there, O'Keefe, with the bribery charges in the other state that you decided to give them more money, more blood money. And I would like to get an audit of every dollar spent. I should whisper because you don't like loud women and it sounds like yelling. So I'll whisper these questions to you from now on. Because I got criticism of being a loud lady yelling at you and I wasn't going to get anywhere. So very softly, I would like an accounting. You were very bold with telling me that the money wasn't going for that other thing, for the, the $2 million that you got. But guess what? I want to know where that $2 million a month has been going. You guys have been giving out a lot of money. You sure as heck aren't giving them out to the dogs, those beautiful
30
dogs.
seconds.
You can't give them a measly $35K to take care of those dogs that have served their whole lives for you people. You like animals, but you only like them in cages when Joey D tells you that's a good thing. I don't need to say all those things. You guys, I hope you lose your sleep tonight. I hope you lose your sleep every night until all of those people are released. Ooh, I got loud again. Until all of those people are released. It's on you. So I'm not calling you Nazis. I'm going to call you Republicans. I'm going to call you Trumpers, because that's all you are. You're doing Trump's work. Thank you.
Time's up.
Shame on you all.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that there's no one else wishing to speak at this time. Freeholders, do you have any comments you would like to make? Vice President Richardson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. President. Kind of alarmed about this K-9
Speak in the mic.
unit. I said I'm kind of alarmed about this K-9 unit. I think it's a very worthwhile unit. They do great work. And I'd like to get some more information in terms of why exactly it's being disbanded. If it's budgetary, I think that the freeholders may have an opportunity to allocate that $35,000. It's not a whole lot of money, so if that's the issue, then I think we should do that. I actually live here in Essex County. I live here in Newark. And I hate to see it go away. I hate to see it being disbanded. They talked about it being used, saving an 84-year-old lady. They were in Jersey City in the shooting yesterday. They finding all kinds of kilos of drugs. We know we have a drug epidemic in this city and in this state. So why would we take away a resource like that? So through you, Mr. President, administration, Mr. Paulavecchio, I think we ought to take a deeper dive into what's really going on so we can get all the information, so we can make a really informed decision or have informed input as to what's going on. I want you guys to know I support you. My union brothers and sisters, I support you. So we just need to take a deeper dive.
Thank you. Freeholder Cooper. Freeholder Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to echo Freeholder Richardson's comments. I live and work in a town that do not have a K-9 unit, and we have called upon the Essex County Sheriff K-9 unit to come and help us on multiple occasions with a lot of incidents that these men and women have described here tonight. I too would like to know if, in fact, if the unit is being disbanded, why, what are the costs associated with it, and if it is going to be disbanded, what is going to happen with the K-9s that these wonderful men and women use right now. So that would be awesome for us to find that out in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Can I put something on the record just before we go too deep?
Mr. Parlavecchio?
Freeholder Graham, I don't want to cut you off, but there is pending, as was mentioned by some of the speakers, pending litigation in this matter. I'm happy to try to facilitate a meeting with the administration and county council to do a deeper dive on this. It's clear that that's what the board wants to do. But I would just ask that we not dive too deep right now because of the pending litigation that's going on between the county and the union. And by saying that, I'm not trying to squelch people, I'm just trying to give you some guardrails, that's all. And I'm happy to, like I said, happy to facilitate a meeting this week. I'm sure the administration would be glad to meet.
I would support that. And
Sure.
so would I.
So you're supporting a meeting and having, who at this meeting?
I'll reach out, they're here, so we can schedule it for this week, the remaining days of this week.
So my experience in terms of having meetings,
Yep.
if you don't have like all the parties,
Well, it would have to be somebody from the sheriff's office, county council's handling the litigation, administration, you know, whoever is the appropriate party to be there to give you the more information. Well, we can't have 9 freeholders there, that's for sure. That much I know.
If I may, Mr.
Sure, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, Courtney Gassion, Essex County Council. Through you, Mr. President, to the points raised by the various freeholders, I have offered since last week to meet with various members of the Freeholder Board, including President Gill, if there were any questions or concerns regarding the recent news reports concerning the Essex County Sheriff's K-9 unit. I have been available this entire week to meet with any members of the board if anybody had any questions, and I will continue to be available through the end of this week and for however long you need me to be to give you a deeper dive, as Freeholder Council has indicated, into the pending litigation. It would not be appropriate, as Mr. Parlavecchio had said, for us to get into the details of litigation while we are in public session. That would require us to go into executive session, but I am happy to meet with a non-quorum of the Freeholder Board in order for us to get you the information that you seek. I'm happy to do so.
through you, Mr. President, let me just understand this. So we can do, we can go into an executive session tonight? Yes. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Motion.
And you can go into a deeper dive tonight?
I will leave that to Freeholder Council, but that is always an option when there is a
It's
pending
not my-
litigation.
I mean, it's up to you.
So?
I mean, there's nothing to vote on tonight, so it's, if you want to do, I mean, if we're here, you know, I don't, you talked about having everybody here. I don't think there's anybody from the Sheriff's Department here, if that's of an interest.
So just Mr. Counsel, so we, Vice President, if I may, I just wanted to ask a question to our council. So we could go into if we wanted to discuss further details, we would need to go into executive session to talk about the lawsuit or any pending litigation. We don't have, as of tonight, any agenda item that the board is being asked to take. I do appreciate I appreciate the county council's comments, but I also think as a result of there not being any agenda item, that we've gotten a lot of different information from different sources about this, so that, you know, again, is not to cast blame on anyone, but I do think there's a lot of different pieces of information that float in and out there, and I think that's clear from the questions we're getting tonight from the board. What is an operational question which is outside of the litigation? Can we put that on? Can I put an operational question on the record, or do we need to go into an executive session for that?
I don't know if it's going to impact on the litigation. I believe there's a settlement conference coming up at the end of this week. So, you know, at this point, everything touches on the litigation.
Well, then maybe make a statement rather than a...
Sure. That I can stop.
Right, rather than a statement rather than a question. You know, because some of these I don't think will be answered tonight, but the timing here is something that does also give pause for concern. So I'll leave that as a statement, because and I'm sure we can get some further information, but it's not clear to me what our plan is between now and if we don't know what this board's going to do, so I'm not going to speak for the other members of the board, what we're doing between necessarily now and when the board does or doesn't take some action. So, you know, there's concern, you know, just about what their core function is in our law enforcement capabilities, and what I've heard tonight is that we will no longer have the service as of December 31st. So, and we don't meet again until January 7th. So if there is a incident between January 1st and January 7th, it's not clear to me what exactly is supposed to happen. Freeholder or Johnson.
Is there a possibility that we can possibly, because our county council said that she would be available at any time, if we can set the meeting up for Friday, Monday, where some of us can come in and meet on it? Is there a possibility?
I mean, I'll fully support it. We'll set that up, absolutely. I think we have no problem doing that.
If I may, the problem with that, Freeholder, is that we're all here now. And to get all of us together in the room, you gotta advertise its time. And as the Freeholder president just pointed out, we won't be back together as a body until January 7th, 6th or 7th sometime. So if the county council and our county legal person feel like it's okay for us to go into an executive session tonight while we're here for a 5-minute discussion just to give us an overview over what it is, I don't see any harm in that. I know for me, I don't like finding out about a topic like this through the news or through the grapevine. I am elected, and we were all elected by the people to represent the people. And if this action, and I'm going to use the word alleged, because I've learned about all of this from the news, you know the news don't always tell the truth. I need to know, I would like to know, what is going on and what's the impact on my constituents if this is actually going to happen. So a 5-minute conversation, I don't think will kill any of us, and I don't think we're being asked to vote on anything to take any action. It's just to bring us up to speed.
Okay, Freeholder Cooper, I was saying that to say not for us not to go into closed session.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
But
misunderstood.
this is for the meeting when we bring the sheriff and county exec and whoever in that it takes, and the county administrator to talk about it.
Oh, I agree. I'm
That
sorry, I
meeting should be set
misunderstood.
up for at least Friday or for Monday.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. President, I agree wholeheartedly.
But if we could take it, go into executive session tonight, that'd be one piece. The information that county council is gonna give us, that'd be one piece that we don't have to worry about organizing a meeting for later on. Then it just leaves the door open, have a meeting with sheriff's representative or the administration. And then we could do that in 2 parts or however. But if we don't do the executive session tonight, then that's another layer that we have to do later. So we're all here now. So I think that, in my opinion, that we can take 5 or 6 minutes and hear out, go in closed session and hear from county council as to what's going on. And maybe you could get that.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session.
Do we have a second by Freeholder Graham. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yeah. Freeholder Cooper.
Yes.
Freeholder Graham.
Yes.
Freeholder Johnson.
Yes.
Freeholder Luciano.
Yes.
Freeholder Mercado, absent Freeholder Pomares, absent Freeholder Richardson.
Yes.
Freeholder Siebel.
Yes.
Freeholder President Gill.
Yes.
So moved.
Gotta clear the.
What's
that?
Yeah, do you have that
You have to clear the.
So,
we have to clear the room.
Okay, moving to freeholder comment session. Freeholders, are there any additional comments or questions? Okay, seeing or hearing none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move it.
Meeting's adjourned.